In the Valley of Mexico, where eagles soar and volcanic peaks rise, a remarkable civilization came to life. These people called themselves Mexica, but history often refers to them as the Aztecs. They didn't just spin tailies. They crafted a rich tapestry that explained existence, justified their rise to power, and shaped daily life for everyone in central Mexico. Their sacred stories weren't just stories. They were living narratives that served as historical records, divine prophecies, and universal truths, all rolled into one. Unlike how we see fact and fiction today, their worldview blended these realms seamlessly. Their sacred stories breathed life, evolving and manifesting through rituals and the very fabric of society. These narratives reached the masses in various ways. Priests and elders shared ancient wisdom through oral traditions, carefully passing down their words through generations. The elite commissioned stunning pictorial manuscripts, known as codices, where complex symbols captured divine histories. The Codex Borgia, with its vibrant images of deities and celestial cycles, and the Codex Mendoza, documenting imperial conquests alongside spiritual imagery, are among the most significant survivors of Spanish destruction. The Templo Mayor of Tenochtitlan was a stone embodiment of these sacred beliefs. With its dual shrines to Huitzilopochtli and Tlaloc, its carefully aligned staircases, and the massive sculpted disk of the dismembered goddess coils of Cuy at its base, it brought the supernatural landscape into physical form for everyday folks. Calendar rituals filled with feasting, dancing, and bloodletting connected daily life to these divine patterns. Despite their deep theological system, these indigenous people were relative newcomers to central Mexico, having migrated from the northern deserts in the early 13th century. They initially served as mercenaries for established city-states, often looked down upon by older cultures as uncivilized outsiders. Over time, they absorbed local traditions while keeping their distinct identity, centered around their patron deity Quicksilver. By the early 15th century, this once marginalized society had morphed into imperial rulers through a mix of military might, strategic alliances, and religious innovation. Under leaders like Caudle and Lacaille, they formed the Triple Alliance with neighboring city-states Texcoco and Lacpan, claiming dominance over much of central Mexico. As they consolidated power, they also reshaped their origin stories to justify their rapid rise. "We must destroy the old books," Lacaille reportedly declared, kicking off a systematic revision of historical records to emphasize their divine destiny. This clever spiritual engineering elevated them from humble migrants to the chosen people of the sun god. Their conquests were reframed as sacred obligations, not just land grabs. Sacred narratives were woven into every aspect of this imperial society. The complex calendar system, with its 260-day ritual cycle intertwined with a 365-day solar year, dictated auspicious days for everything from planting crops to going to war. Social classes mirrored divine order, with nobles claiming a closer connection to celestial ancestors than commoners. Even tribute collection from conquered territories drew legitimacy from ancestral precedents for ordinary folks in Tenochtitlan or rural farming communities. These beliefs offered both meaning and practical guidance. A farmer offering blood for rain understood this act within the context of Tlaloc's ancient pact with humanity. Warriors capturing enemies for sacrifice took part in the eternal struggle to nourish the sun god Huitzil, helping to prevent universal cataclysm. Poets and philosophers explored these universal truths through the concept of flower and song in society. This poetic tradition acknowledged the beauty and impermanence of earthly existence, while seeking deeper spiritual insights. One surviving poem beautifully expresses, "Only on earth is the region of the fleeting moment. Is it also thus in the place where in some way one lives?" Such questions reveal the sophisticated theological reflections underlying this central Mexican religion. The spiritual framework of the Triple Alliance was dynamic, responding to political needs and cultural exchanges. When conquering a new region, they often welcomed local deities into their pantheon rather than imposing their gods. This religious syncretism expanded their divine hierarchy while reinforcing imperial authority. The principal deities maintained their importance, but local gods gained recognition within the broader theological system. Within Tenochtitlan, religious specialists devoted their lives to maintaining supernatural order, while priests underwent rigorous training from childhood, mastering the complex ritual calendar, astronomical observations, and proper ceremonial procedures. Their bloodletting and fasting established communication with divine powers. Skilled artisans crafted the sacred temples, sculptures, ritual objects, and elaborate costumes that brought otherworldly forces into the tangible world. Despite its apparent exoticism, this Mesoamerican spiritual worldview addressed universal human concerns: the origin of existence, the problem of death, the unpredictability of nature, and the search for meaning. Their answers involved a nuanced understanding of time as both cyclical and linear, where creation inevitably led to destruction, only for the cycle to begin anew. Their beliefs recognized fundamental dualities: creation and destruction, life and death, order and chaos, not as opposing forces, but as complementary aspects of a greater whole. This belief system faced its greatest challenge with the arrival of Spanish conquistadors in the early 16th century. The sacred framework that had guided imperial expansion for generations became entangled with prophecies of doom and return, creating a fateful ambiguity that complicated their response to these bearded strangers from across the eastern waters. To truly understand this civilization, its rise, its imperial power, and its ultimate fate, we need to dive into its spiritual landscape. Their view of the universe wasn't just colorful folklore. It was the foundation upon which an empire was built. From the grand cycles of creation and destruction to the intimate connection between human sacrifice and agricultural fertility, their sacred traditions provided both the questions and answers that defined Mesoamerican reality. The story doesn't just begin with these people. It starts with the ancient beliefs they inherited, adapted, and transformed to create one of the most complex spiritual systems in the ancient world. Long before the central Mexican folks made their way to the Valley of Mexico, earlier civilizations were already laying down the spiritual groundwork that shaped their worldview. You can still see the monuments from those times scattered across the landscape. These ancient cultures set the stage for Mesoamerican thought, which would later influence how the newcomers saw the universe. Even though these traditions would change to fit the ambitions of the empires, the Olmec, who thrived along the Gulf Coast from around 1500 to 400 BC, laid down many of the key ideas that would stick around in Mesoamerican history. Their giant stone heads, jaguar symbols, and early versions of the rain deity give us a peek into a unique way of thinking about the divine. The Olmec had this idea of divine kingship, where rulers acted as a bridge between the earthly and the supernatural. This created a pattern of religious authority that echoed through the ages all the way to Tenochtitlan. Fast forward to when Teotihuacan was the big player in the first half of the first millennium, and by then, these foundational concepts had morphed into a rich spiritual system. Teotihuacan, whose ruins still wow us today, built structures that reflected cosmic principles. The Avenue of the Dead, for example, was aligned with celestial movements, and the impressive pyramids of the sun and moon were central to their beliefs. The folks of Teotihuacan were no slouches either. They developed complex calendar systems and rituals centered around their feathered serpent deity, their version of Quetzalcoatl. His temple was a major highlight in the city's main processional route. When Teotihuacan mysteriously fell apart around 650 A.D., its cultural influence spread throughout Mesoamerica. The Toltec emerged a few centuries later as the next big power in central Mexico, claiming to inherit Teotihuacan's prestige. Their capital, Tula, became synonymous with civilization, so much so that for ages, claiming Toltec ancestry was a ticket to legitimacy for ruling dynasties in the region. One ancient text even describes Tula as a paradise overflowing with abundance. Squashes grew vast, cotton in beautiful colors flourished, and precious birds of emerald, gold, and red filled the skies. This dreamy vision of Tula as a land of plenty held incredible sway in the minds of those who came later, especially when they arrived as impoverished outsiders. Tying themselves to this rich heritage became a crucial part of their claim to power. During the Toltec era, a semi-legendary figure named Quetzalcoatl emerged as a cultural hero whose legacy would deeply influence later thoughts. He was described in various ways as a wise ruler, a master craftsman, and a spiritual leader. His story intertwined with that of the deity Quetzalcoatl, creating a complex narrative of civilization and prophesied returns. According to these tales, Quetzalcoatl and his people established a golden age in Tula before being driven into exile by rival deities and their earthly representatives. Toltec artisans were renowned for their exceptional skills, especially in working with precious materials like jade, gold, and quetzal feathers. The term Toltec became a byword for artistic excellence across Mesoamerica. When new tribes arrived, they sought to connect themselves to this tradition, adopting Toltec artistic styles and claiming descent from Toltec nobles who had supposedly mingled with them during their travels. By the time these migrating tribes reached the Valley of Mexico in the early 13th century, the region had splintered into many competing city-states. After the fall of the Toltec, each city maintained local versions of the broader Mesoamerican tradition, complete with unique patron deities and ceremonial practices. Initially, the established powers looked down on the newcomers as uncultured barbarians, forcing them into mercenary roles and pushing them into less desirable areas. But this period of subjugation turned out to be crucial for their spiritual growth. Serving various city-states exposed these newcomers to a mix of ritual practices and divine hierarchies. They absorbed military traditions linked to the eagle and jaguar warrior orders, and claimed connections to the prestigious Toltec lineage through strategic marriages. They also took in philosophical insights and poetic traditions that would elevate their understanding of the divine. These once marginalized people transformed these diverse influences into something uniquely their own through selective adaptation. Unlike many conquerors throughout history, they didn't just impose their beliefs on the defeated. Instead, they blended local traditions into an increasingly complex pantheon while keeping their patron deity at the forefront. This approach showed respect for local beliefs while also placing them under the religious authority of their growing empire. When the political landscape shifted in the early 15th century with the rise of the Triple Alliance, the rulers launched an ambitious program of spiritual revisionism. Under the guidance of the high priest and royal advisor, they reinterpreted existing traditions to put themselves at the center of cosmic history. This involved both destroying older historical records and crafting new narratives that highlighted their divine destiny. The history of other peoples is not for us to guard, one ancient text reportedly advised. We shall create our own tradition. This wasn't just a political move. It reflected a genuine belief in their divine mission. By framing their rise to power within ancient sacred patterns, they made their imperial expansion seem less like a straightforward conquest and more like the fulfillment of divine will. The focus on human sacrifice, while rooted in older Mesoamerican customs, reached unprecedented levels under the Triple Alliance. The belief that the sun needed nourishment through human hearts to keep moving forward had ancient roots, but the ruling elite tied this necessity directly to their patron deity, Huitzilopochtli, and to their identity as the people of the sun. This connection provided divine backing for warfare aimed at capturing sacrificial victims. Archaeological evidence shows how the imperial center anchored its rule in the sacred landscape of Tenochtitlan. They built their grand temple right on top of earlier structures, turning them into a new sacred center that dwarfed what came before. The orientation and size of the Temple of Maya were deliberately designed to reference older sacred sites while surpassing them in scale and grandeur. Through such architectural statements, the ruling culture positioned themselves as the pinnacle of Mesoamerican history rather than mere heirs. The incredible speed of cultural development, from marginalized newcomers to sophisticated imperial power in just over a century, was largely due to their strategic approach to spiritual heritage. Instead of dismissing the traditions of more established cultures, they dove into this inheritance while reshaping it to fit their needs. The great temples, rituals, and artistic traditions didn't emerge as radical breaks from the past, but as transformative continuations. Oral histories preserved by indigenous communities after the Spanish conquest reveal how the imperial culture placed themselves within existing sacred narratives while adding their unique twists. The celebrated origin story of their departure from the mythical Aztlan, guided by divine signals from Huitzilopochtli, follows patterns set in earlier migration accounts, while emphasizing their special bond with the sun deity. Similarly, their belief in the five suns, or cosmic ages, built on widespread Mesoamerican concepts of cyclical time, highlighting the current fifth age as particularly tied to their destiny. This knack for synthesizing diverse influences into a coherent and distinctive worldview helps explain how these once scorned outsiders became imperial rulers whose authority stretched across much of Mesoamerica. Their sacred traditions weren't just spiritual comfort. They were sophisticated tools for understanding and organizing the world, crafted from ancient patterns, but shaped to meet the specific challenges and opportunities of their time. The spiritual vision that fueled the Triple Alliance emerged from this creative tension between honoring inherited wisdom and embracing the transformative power of new revelations. Centered around a deep vision of cosmic epics, the concept of the five suns portrays a world that's repeatedly created and destroyed. Each age ends in catastrophe, only to be renewed through divine self-offering for the people of Tenochtitlan. This isn't just some abstract theory. It's a living reality that shaped every part of daily life and justified their most sacred ceremonies. According to traditional accounts found in pictorial manuscripts like the Borgia and Chimp Polka, the cosmos had already gone through 4 complete cycles before our current age. Each previous sun had its own unique divine guardians, different human inhabitants, and distinct ways of living. Each one ended with a specific type of destruction, wiping out its population and needing divine powers to start creation all over again. The first son, known as Noah Axolotl or Four Jaguar, was under the guardianship of Tezcat, the deity of destiny and darkness. During this first era, giants roamed the earth, living off wild foods without any knowledge of farming. These early beings didn't have the ceremonial knowledge needed to keep the universe in order. This age ended when huge jaguars, seen as physical manifestations of supernatural power, devoured both the giants and the celestial body itself, plunging the world into darkness. And it is said, one indigenous document recounts that when this son perished, the jaguars devoured all the people. Those who lived during the first son were consumed. This reflects the uncertain nature of existence in Mesoamerican thought. Even celestial bodies needed proper nourishment and rituals to sustain the second son. Now we find ourselves in the era of cattle or four-winged arrows, guided by Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent who brought civilization. The people of this age lived under the influence of air currents. While they made some societal advancements, they still didn't provide enough offerings to keep cosmic balance. Destruction came in the form of hurricane-force winds that swept humanity away, turning survivors into primates who sought refuge in the forests. These early epics carried significant spiritual lessons. The cycles of creation and destruction taught that existence is fragile and needs continuous care through proper ceremonies. The transformation of survivors into various creatures primates, birds, aquatic life, and canines suggested ongoing connections between humans and animals, explaining why some creatures seem to share human traits. The third son, Norway Choir or Forerain, was overseen by Tlaloc, the vital rain deity. During this time, a more advanced human society emerged, but they too neglected their duties to the supernatural forces. Catastrophe struck as fiery rain, possibly volcanic activity, consumed the world. Survivors turned into butterflies, birds, and canines, according to various accounts. In these stories, the type of destruction matched the nature of the guardian. Felines for Tezcat, atmospheric phenomena for Quetzalcoatl, and fire for Tlaloc suggested a natural balance where each force eventually returns to its origin. This reinforced the idea that every power has its opposite and every beginning has its end. The fourth son, Nahuatl, or for water, was ruled by Shellshoot, the guardian of rivers, lakes, and waterways. During this time, humanity began to find harmony with divine forces, developing farming techniques and more complex societies. Yet even this advanced society ultimately failed to keep the sacred balance. Destruction came as a massive flood that submerged the world, with survivors turning into fish. These four earlier eras set a pattern that not only explained the present, but also warned those living in the fifth son. These weren't just ancient stories. They were urgent reminders. If past worlds and their people were destroyed despite their achievements, what hope did the current age have without a serious commitment to cosmic maintenance? The fifth son, Nahuil, emerged through an extraordinary act of divine sacrifice at ancient Teotihuacan, according to sacred histories. After the flood that ended the fourth son, the divine beings gathered in darkness to decide who would become the new celestial light. The humble deity Nanahuatzin-Little volunteered to throw himself into the sacred flames. He emerged transformed as the radiant orb, while the cattle followed, becoming the moon. However, this new sun stayed still in the eastern sky, unable to start its journey. Only when all divine beings sacrificed themselves did the sun begin to move, establishing a key principle of indigenous religious practice. Without sacrifice, cosmic motion halts. The life essence of the gods sets the universe in motion, and human energy is needed to sustain it. Unlike previous eras tied to specific deities, the fifth sun represents the principle of movement itself, symbolizing a more dynamic and precarious cosmic setup. The calendar symbol for all shows 4 points around a central eye, hinting at both stability and the constant threat of disruption. Before the 5 suns, and even before the earth itself, there existed a more fundamental reality, the primordial divine energies that would eventually shape all creation. Ancient Mesoamericans understood cosmic origins not as a void, but as a dynamic duality. This duality was all about the complementary pairing of masculine and feminine principles, which together formed the generative source of all existence. This core idea of paired opposites echoed throughout the spiritual system of central Mexico. At the highest level of divine reality was a being known as on material, a name that literally means God or dual divinity. This entity represented both the Lord of Duality and the Lady of Duality, embodying the perfect unity of masculine and feminine aspects. Unlike the more active powers that would later intervene in worldly affairs, this title remains somewhat removed from direct interaction with creation. Instead, it served as the fundamental source from which all other divine energies emerged. As one poetic fragment beautifully puts it, this ultimate divine reality is that which is above all heavens, that which is beyond all reach, and the one through whom we live, the one who is night and wind. This description hints at a being that is both transcendent and immanent, full beyond direct experience, yet permeating all existence. The concept of duality resided in American, seen as the highest of the 13 heavens in the indigenous cosmic structure. From this primordial duality came 4 fundamental forces, personified as the test cat and the pocus, or smoking mirrors. Each of these forces was associated with a cardinal direction and a distinctive color. They represented the active principles that would shape the cosmos. Their complex relationships established a pattern of creative tension that characterized the universe. The black test cat, linked to the north, embodied night obsidian, sorcery, and fate. Often referred to simply as test cat lay poker, this entity represented both creative and destructive potential. He watched human affairs through his obsidian mirror and intervened in unpredictable ways. His occasional appearance as a jaguar connected him to the primal forces that would later destroy the first sun. The poker associated with the south was better known as Huitzilopochtli, a pocket lay, the hummingbird deity who became the special patron of the people of Tenochtitlan. He represented the power of will, warfare, and solar energy, embodying the active struggle necessary for cosmic maintenance. The red test cat, associated with the east, manifested as a zippy-toe Tagaur lord, the flayed one. This deity governed agricultural fertility, seasonal renewal, and the painful process of transformation, embodying the principle that new life emerges through the sacrifice of the old. The white test cattle Poca, linked to the west, was more commonly known as Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent representing wisdom, creativity, and civilization. This force embodied the organizing principles necessary for cosmic order. The complex relationships between these forces, white and black test cattle poker, Quetzalcoatl, and test cattle poker became central to later creation narratives. Each of these primordial forces contained aspects of all others, just as all material held both masculine and feminine principles. Black contained white, death contained life, and destruction contained creation, not as separate opposites, but as complementary aspects of unified processes. This perspective created a theological system that was more sophisticated than simple dualism. Recognizing the necessary interplay of seemingly contradictory forces, indigenous creation accounts describe a series of creative acts that gradually formed the layered cosmos. Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca, representing complementary creative principles, worked together despite their inherent tension. The cosmos they shaped consisted of 13 ascending heavens, the earthly realm, and 9 descending underworlds, creating a structured universe with specific divine residence at each level. One captivating creation story tells of 2 powerful beings who, upon seeing only primordial waters below, transformed into enormous serpents and tore apart the great earth monster. Sometimes referred to as Cloud or Earth Lord, this cosmic entity was dismembered to create the physical world. Mountains sprang from its bones, rivers flowed from its blood, and caves and springs emerged from its eyes and mouth. This intense act of creation set a pattern where new orders arise through sacrifice and dismemberment. One ancient text recounts, "All that was solid in her became earth, and from her hair and skin came grasses and small flowers. From her eyes, wells and springs, and small caves from her mouth, rivers and large caves from her nose, valleys from her shoulders, mountains." This creation story through dismemberment establishes a reciprocal relationship between the divine and human realms. Just as these supernatural beings sacrificed a cosmic entity to shape the world, humans were later expected to offer sacrifices to maintain what had been created. The earth, born from violence, needed ongoing offerings to sustain its fertility. With the physical world in place, attention shifted to creating suitable inhabitants as outlined in sacred histories. It took several attempts to achieve a satisfactory human population. These successive efforts mirror the different human types linked to each of the 5 sons, but focus specifically on the development of our current age. The first human prototypes were poorly proportioned and lacked intelligence. Some accounts describe these early beings as misshapen giants who couldn't properly honor the divine powers. These failed creations were either destroyed or transformed into various animals or natural features. The lesson from these unsuccessful attempts emphasized that humans existed primarily to honor and sustain divine forces. Beings unable to fulfill this sacred duty had no place in the cosmic order. The gradual refinement of human creation reflected broader cultural values throughout ancient Mesoamerica. Each successive attempt brought humanity closer to the ideal beings who could both receive divine blessings and reciprocate through proper ritual observance. This mutual relationship between humans and the divine formed the core of religious practice in the Valley of Mexico. The cosmos that emerged from these creative acts displayed both vertical and horizontal organization, showcasing a sophisticated understanding of space. The universe consisted of 13 ascending heavens, each with its own divine residence, along with the earthly realm and 9 descending underworlds culminating in Mictlan, the land of the dead. This vertical structure was linked by a central axis, often symbolized by the great ceiba tree, Yaxchi, whose branches reached into the heavens while its roots extended into the underworld. The cosmos was organized around the 4 cardinal directions, each associated with specific colors, elements, and divine forces. The east represented light, fertility, and new beginnings. The north embodied cold ancestral wisdom, and death. The west signified darkness and the setting sun, while the south represented heat, youth, and raw energy. The fifth direction, the center where the vertical axis intersected with the earthly realm, symbolized balance and integration. This intricate spatial organization served as a template for everything from temple architecture to city planning. Tenochtitlan itself was divided into 4 main quarters, radiating from the sacred precinct at the center, physically embodying this cosmic pattern. Similarly, the Templo Mayor, with its dual shrines to Huitzilopochtli in the south and Tlaloc in the north, materialized cosmic principles in architectural form, creating a physical representation of divine balance. The layered heavens house various classes of supernatural beings, with the highest realms occupied by the most abstract and distant divine principles. The 13th heaven was the home of the dual creator on the turtle. Below this resided various manifestations of celestial powers, each with specific roles in maintaining cosmic order. The arrangement of these realms reflected both hierarchy and complementarity, with opposing forces distributed to uphold universal balance. The 9 underworlds, starting just below the Earth's surface, featured increasingly challenging environments, culminating in Mictlan, the deepest realm where most human souls eventually arrived. This journey through the underworld took 4 years for the deceased, requiring passage through regions filled with clashing mountains, razor-sharp winds, and other obstacles. Only those who died special deaths, like in childbirth, battle, or by water, avoided this difficult journey, ascending instead to specialized paradises. This elaborate cosmic architecture provided priests and philosophers of ancient Mesoamerica with a comprehensive framework for understanding reality. Every natural phenomenon, from thunderstorms to earthquakes, was located within this system and attributed to specific divine activities. Likewise, human experiences from birth to death found meaningful context within this cosmic order. Nothing happened randomly. Everything reflected the ongoing interactions of divine powers operating according to discernible patterns. Particularly remarkable was the indigenous understanding of the reciprocal relationship between cosmic levels. The divine beings created the world through sacrifice, but they also depended on human offerings to maintain their strength. This mutual dependence forged a universe where both supernatural and human actors shared responsibility for preserving cosmic order. Human ritual was not merely about asking for favors. It was essential participation in universal processes. The cosmic creation accounts also established fundamental patterns that would repeat throughout Central Mexican religious thought. The principles of duality, sacrifice, dismemberment, and reconstitution appeared at every level, from cosmic origins to agricultural cycles to human rituals. When priests flayed sacrificial victims and wore their skins during spring fertility rituals, they reenacted primordial creative processes, participating in the fundamental cosmic patterns established at the beginning of time. This intricate web of beliefs and practices showcased the deep connection between humans and the divine, emphasizing the need for balance and reciprocity in maintaining the cosmos. In the eyes of ancient Mesoamericans, every act of creation was a reminder of the delicate dance between life and death, order and chaos, and the eternal cycle of existence. Archaeological findings from Tenochtitlan, especially at Templo Mayor, show how creation stories shaped the architecture. The temple's platform had sculptures of divine beings in various states of dismemberment, clearly linking this sacred space to ancient acts of creation. Plus, the offerings buried within the temple included items representing the four directions and cosmic layers, which literally wove cosmic themes into the ritual center. Now, the indigenous view of creation is pretty different from the linear ideas we often see in Western thought. Instead of thinking of creation as just one big event, the ancient Mesoamericans saw it as a continuous cycle of creation, destruction, and recreation. They believed the universe needed constant care, with both divine and human efforts playing a role. This belief shaped a unique way of seeing the world, where creation was always a work in progress and always at risk, demanding active participation to keep it going. While some elements of this rich cosmology trace back to older traditions, the people of the Triple Alliance mixed these ideas into a unified system. They justified their powerful position by identifying their main deity as one of the four essential cosmic forces. They saw themselves as central to universal happenings. Their conquests weren't just about expanding their territory. They were seen as fulfilling a cosmic necessity for the everyday person. These big ideas weren't just theoretical. They showed up in daily life. People created household shrines, followed key rituals tied to the calendar, and took part in larger community ceremonies. The layered cosmos wasn't just a theological concept. It was a real part of life. Different divine powers needed specific offerings at certain times and places, meaning almost every human action, like planting crops or weaving cloth, was linked to these divine creative forces. In central Mexico, the themes of dismemberment, sacrifice, and cataclysm revealed a deep understanding of existence. Creation always involved destruction. Life sprang from death, and order emerged from chaos. This viewpoint created a cultural outlook that accepted the necessary partnership of opposites, instead of trying to eliminate one for the other. Warriors might capture victims for rituals, while poets reflected on the fleeting nature of life and the mysteries of divine purpose. This dynamic between seemingly conflicting forces was woven into the spiritual beliefs of ancient Mesoamerica. The cosmos didn't come from a single source. It emerged from duality and multiple paired opposites, creating a kind of creative tension. Even the most fearsome gods had both destructive and nurturing sides, much like the natural forces they embodied, which could both harm and support human communities. This sophisticated understanding led to a religious system that embraced complexity instead of oversimplifying it. From the primal duality of material existence, through various deities in the indigenous pantheon, the divine realm showed increasing variety and specialization. This explosion of divine powers highlighted a key insight. The complexity of life needed multiple principles working together, rather than just one controlling force. While this pantheon might seem confusing to outsiders at first, it actually provided a thorough framework for making sense of natural processes and human experiences. The central Mexican religious system showcases one of history's most intricate spiritual hierarchies, featuring hundreds of divine beings organized in a detailed order, far from a chaotic mix. This divine setup reflects a deep understanding of natural forces, social structures, and cosmic principles. While it might have puzzled early Spanish observers, who often confused different aspects of the same supernatural power for entirely separate entities, indigenous people navigated this spiritual landscape with impressive skill, knowing exactly which divine force to call upon for their specific needs at the right times. At the top of daily religious practices stood Huitzilopochtli, the apocalyptic hummingbird of the left, also known as the hummingbird of the south. He was the special patron of the Nahuatl peoples. Unlike many other gods in the pantheon, Huitzil didn't have a clear predecessor among earlier Mesoamerican civilizations. This suggests that his rise reflected the unique historical experiences of the 10 octillion inhabitants. He embodied solar energy, warfare, and the determination to overcome challenges, qualities that resonated deeply with communities that transformed themselves from marginal outsiders into imperial rulers. Huitzil is depicted as a warrior from birth, fully armed and ready to defend his mother against his sister Coyote's owl tree and the 400 southern stars. This martial character made him the perfect patron for a society increasingly reliant on military conquest. His temple atop the Templo Mayor faced south toward the conquered lands that provided sacrificial victims to nourish him, physically orienting imperial expansion toward his domain. One ancient hymn described him as the Terrible One, the awesome one who demands blood and hearts. Yet, despite these fierce traits, Huitzil also symbolized rejuvenation and vital energy. His connection with hummingbirds linked him to these amazing creatures that seemed to die each night, only to rise again with incredible vigor each morning. This parallel between the hummingbird's daily revival and the sun's eternal cycle reinforced the bond between Huitzil, apocalypse, and solar energy. While Huitzil was a key figure in the official state religion, especially regarding military matters, daily life for most people revolved more around Tlaloc, the ancient rain deity whose worship stretched back to T.T, Waken and beyond. With his distinctive goggle eyes and fanged mouth, Tlaloc controlled the life-giving rains crucial for Mesoamerican agriculture. His domain included mountains, caves, and springs, all vital sources of water for survival in the Valley of Mexico. Tlaloc commanded both reverence and fear. His blessings brought plentiful crops, but his anger could lead to droughts, floods, or hail that could wipe out an entire season's planting. Children sacrificed to him on mountaintops weren't seen as victims. Instead, they were transformed into his helpers, their tears becoming the rain that nourished the fields below. His own tears were precious, falling as rain to sustain humanity. The dual shrine atop the Templo Mayor placed him on equal footing with Huitzil, with his temple facing north toward the mountains where rain clouds gathered. Give us not luxury or abundance. Only petitioned one prayer to Tlaloc, but that which is necessary and suitable for us on earth. This humble request reflected the delicate balance of agricultural life, where too much rain could be just as disastrous as too little. Worship was woven into the daily lives of farmers throughout the region, with regular offerings at small shrines near fields and more elaborate ceremonies at specific calendar points to secure a good agricultural season. Tlaloc's consort, Huitzilopochtli, she of the jade skirt, was the guardian of terrestrial waters, lakes, and rivers. Wet lilac governed falling rain, controlling its gathering and flow across the landscape. Her domain was especially significant in the Valley of Mexico, with its extensive lake system upon which Tenochtitlan was built. Every crossing of Lake Texcoco required appropriate acknowledgement of her power. She presided over the fourth sun in cosmic history, which ended in a great flood, showcasing both her nurturing potential and destructive capacity. Women in childbirth sought her protection, as did those washing clothes or gathering water for household use. Her association with jade reflected the precious blue-green color of water, which was seen as the most valuable substance in Mesoamerican aesthetics. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, represented one of the most ancient and enduring religious concepts in the region. As the white test cut the poker within the cosmic structure, he symbolized wisdom, creativity, and priestly knowledge. His dual nature, part bird, Quetzal, and part reptile, cattle, symbolized the union of sky and earth, acting as a bridge between cosmic realms. Archaeological evidence from Teotihuacan through the Toltec period shows his lasting significance across centuries and cultures. The inventor of the calendar of books of ceremonies, one account declared, highlighting Quetzalcoatl's association with cultural achievements. Beyond these civilizing influences, he played crucial roles in cosmic creation, helping to raise the sky after it collapsed onto the earth, creating humanity from bones retrieved from the underworld, and discovering maize to sustain human life. His temple, often circular rather than rectangular, featured unique architectural elements that reflected his special status. The complex relationship between Quetzalcoatl and Poca established a fundamental creative tension in indigenous theology. These two forces represented complementary yet competing cosmic principles: order versus chaos, stability versus change, reason versus intuition. Their ongoing struggle drove the cosmic cycles, with neither side gaining a permanent advantage. This balance prevented stagnation while avoiding total dissolution, maintaining the dynamic equilibrium necessary for existence. His cattle poker, smoking mirror, embodied the most enigmatic and paradoxical qualities in the central Mexican pantheon. As the black test cattle poca within the cosmic order, he represented fate, night sorcery, and the unseen forces that shape human destiny. His name derived from his primary symbol, an obsidian mirror that both reflected reality and revealed hidden truths. Through this mirror, he observed human actions, intervening unpredictably to test, punish, or occasionally reward. Lord of the near and far, night and wind, he whose slaves we are. These epithets captured the test cat's omnipresent yet elusive nature. Unlike more specialized divine powers tied to specific natural phenomena, test cat poker transcended simple categorization. He could take on various forms, like a jaguar prowling the night, a young warrior testing human resolve, or an invisible presence lurking in the shadows. His worship involved practices of introspection, which were quite rare in Mesoamerican religion, including confessing transgressions to his priests. The relationship between common people and test cattle of poker differed greatly from their approach to agricultural deities like Tlaloc, where rain guardians received requests for specific blessings. Test cat live poker required acknowledgement of human limitations and acceptance of fate. Young warriors undertook rituals recognizing that, no matter their skill or courage, their destiny ultimately rested in test cat, the poker's hands. This acceptance of life's fundamental uncertainty represented a sophisticated theological stance, acknowledging forces beyond human control while still maintaining ethical responsibility. Among the most visually striking divine beings was the Toltec, our Lord, the flayed one, who manifested as a priest wearing the flayed skin of a sacrificial victim. As the red test cut the poker within the cosmic structure, he governed agricultural fertility, seasonal renewal, and the painful process of transformation. His grotesque appearance, a living being draped in dead human skin, embodied the principle that new life emerges through the death of the old. The primary festival to see perilously the flaying of men occurred during the spring planting season. Victims sacrificed to him were flayed, and priests donned their skins for 20 days, symbolizing the earth donning a new green covering with the spring rains. This period marked the critical transition between dry and wet seasons, when the agricultural success of the entire year hung in the balance. Farmers prayed to giant Toltec for protection from agricultural diseases that could devastate young maize plants, chanting, "Make the green maize plants break through. Make the capsule flowers." Breakthrough, in one ritual song to ZP Toe Tag, expressing the anxious hope of farmers planting their fields. The central metaphor of shedding skin perfectly captured the Mesoamerican agricultural cycle, where fields appeared dead during the dry season before bursting into vibrant green life with the rains. Through this powerful symbolism, Soap Totem connected human sacrifice to the seasonal rhythms upon which all life depended. Perhaps the most ancient female force in the Indigenous pantheon was she of the serpent skirt, who embodied the earth in all its nurturing and devouring aspects. Her famous statue from Tenochtitlan presents a striking figure adorned with a skirt of writhing serpents, a necklace of human hearts and hands, and severed snake heads where her own head should be. This representation perfectly captures the ancient view of the earth as both the source of all life and the ultimate devourer of all beings. As the mother of Huitzilopochtli, she played a crucial role in the origin story of the Tenochtitlan people. Her miraculous pregnancy, sparked by a ball of feathers and later defended by her son, set the stage for military expansion. But beyond this specific tale, she also symbolizes universal themes of creation and destruction, embodying feminine power that both gives birth and reclaims its offspring in a never-ending cycle. She was part of a group of female deities known collectively as the Mothers of the Gods, or Toki, representing different aspects of feminine creative energy. These earth goddesses were closely tied to agricultural fertility and human reproduction, serving as essential complements to the male deities that often dominated the official state religion. For everyday households, especially women, these divine feminine forces were particularly significant in daily rituals. On the flip side, the underworld was governed by Huitzilopochtli and his female counterpart, Quetzalcoatl, the lord and lady of the land of the dead. These skeletal figures ruled Mictlan, the final resting place for most human souls, regardless of their earthly status or behavior. Unlike the concepts of reward and punishment that many European traditions embrace, Huitzilopochtli represented a neutral afterlife determined by how one died, rather than by moral actions. The journey to Mictlan took 4 years and involved navigating 9 increasingly challenging levels of the underworld, including treacherous terrains like crashing mountains, fields of knives, and various desert and mountain crossings. Only after overcoming these obstacles could a soul finally find peace in Nictlan's deepest level, where offerings buried with the deceased, including dogs, helped guide them across the final river. Despite their fearsome looks, Mictlantecuhtli and Mictecaciatl weren't viewed as evil or punishing deities. Instead, they were seen as necessary parts of the cosmic cycle, balancing life and death. During certain festivals, especially the Day of the Dead, the boundaries between the living and the dead blurred, allowing for communication between both realms. This connection emphasized the importance of remembering and honoring ancestors, creating a rich tapestry of belief that celebrated both life and death. Beyond the major divine powers, there were hundreds of lesser supernatural beings that looked after specific natural phenomena, jobs, or places. They included those who governed maize, the lifeblood of Mesoamerican civilization, and even the maguey plant, which was the source of pulque and alcoholic drink vital in rituals. There were also deities overseeing medicine and healing. Every mountain, lake, and spring had its own divine guardian, and it was essential to acknowledge them when you came across their domain. This variety of specialized divine beings highlights the indigenous approach of recognizing unique supernatural entities rather than lumping them together. Unlike monotheistic religions that merge divine attributes into one figure, ancient Mesoamericans appreciated the differences between natural processes while still seeing how they connected. This mindset led to a flexible religious system that could adapt as empires expanded into new and diverse lands. The relationship between these divine powers and people was all about give and take, not just asking for favors. These supernatural forces created the world through sacrifice, and in return, they needed human offerings to keep their power strong. This mutual reliance shaped a unique religious awareness, where humans actively engaged in maintaining cosmic balance instead of merely pleading with distant gods. Gender balance played a big role in the central Mexican pantheon at many levels. Most major divine figures had both male and female aspects or partners, showing the essential duality present in the universe. Even primarily masculine forces included feminine elements in certain rituals. This fluidity in gender reflected the indigenous belief that cosmic forces went beyond simple categories, showing various sides depending on the situation and needs. Each divine being required specific forms of worship that matched their nature. For example, some deities received hearts and blood from sacrificed warriors, while Tlaloc welcomed children whose tears would turn into rain. Rituals varied to fit the unique qualities and roles of each supernatural force, rather than following a one-size-fits-all approach. If someone messed up a ritual, it could lead to disaster, bringing divine anger instead of blessings. Navigating this complex divine hierarchy took a lifetime of learning and community support from a young age. People were taught how to perform the right rituals for household, work, and community deities. Calendar specialists figured out the best days for specific activities based on which divine forces were associated with each day. This blend of religious knowledge into everyday life created a society where sacred and everyday realms were intertwined. The complexity of this divine system shines through when you look at how the imperial center absorbed deities from conquered areas instead of just imposing their own beliefs on those they conquered. They found similarities between local gods and their own, creating connections that respected local customs while still fitting them into the imperial religious framework. This blending of religions helped with political integration while keeping the overall theology intact. Foreign deities brought to Tenochtitlan were given temples and rituals, overseen by priests who understood local traditions. For instance, a conquered goddess from the south received a temple close to Huitzil's shrine, recognizing her significance while placing her within the imperial hierarchy. This approach allowed the Triple Alliance to claim they weren't wiping out local traditions, but instead honoring them within a broader system. So, the divine hierarchy of central Mexico wasn't just a bunch of supernatural beings piled together. It was a clever theological framework that expressed deep insights about natural processes, social structures, and cosmic principles, blending ancient Mesoamerican traditions with innovative changes. The imperial culture created a religious backdrop that explained the universe and justified their expansion as a divine mission. Among the sacred stories that shaped indigenous identity in the Valley of Mexico, none was more significant than the miraculous birth of their patron deity. This narrative stands out from the more universal creation myths shared across Mesoamerican cultures. It served many purposes, establishing divine legitimacy for military expansion, justifying heart sacrifices, and providing cosmic meaning for the layout of their ceremonial center. The dramatic elements of this tale, divine conception, family betrayal, heroic birth, and triumphant battle, created a strong narrative foundation for imperial ideology. The story kicks off at Quarterback Serpent Mountain, a sacred spot that would later be symbolically replicated in the Templo Mayor of Tenochtitlan. Life was peaceful there. The earth goddess, known for her serpent skirt, had already given birth to the moon, stars, and other celestial beings. One day, while sweeping her shrine, she spotted a ball of precious feathers floating down from the sky. When she tucked those feathers into her bosom, they mysteriously vanished, and she found herself pregnant. And when her sons and daughters saw that their mother was pregnant, they were furious, recounts one version recorded after the Spanish conquest. "Who has done this to us? Who has brought this shame upon us?" The 400 southern stars, known collectively as the chants on which Nahua, led by their sister Coyote Saki, plotted to kill their mother for what they thought was a shameful pregnancy. This reaction from the accused children represented both astronomical phenomena and social concerns. Celestially, it depicted the daily defeat of the stars by the rising sun. Socially, it reflected anxieties about lineage and honor. For noble families, the apparent dishonor of an unexplained pregnancy was transformed through divine intervention into the highest possible honor, creating a narrative inversion that reinforced the special status of the Tenochtitlan inhabitants as a chosen people. As the celestial siblings prepared their attack, the unborn Huitzilopochtli spoke from within his mother's womb, reassuring her, "Have no fear, mother. I know what I must do." This divine foreknowledge established Huitzil's character as a strategist and protector even before his birth. When the moment of confrontation arrived, the pregnant goddess quietly climbed Coda back to face her murderous offspring. The dramatic birth unfolded with supernatural speed and martial perfection. Just as the star beings approached to kill their mother, Huitzilopochtli emerged, fully grown and armed for battle. His arsenal included the Siu cattle, or fire serpent, a powerful spear thrower capable of emitting flames, and a shield adorned with eagle feathers. His face and limbs bore distinctive blue stripes, and a hummingbird headdress crowned his head. And immediately he pierced coiled Sharky, and then quickly struck off her head, states the account preserved in the Florentine Codex. It came to rest at the edge of Coda, back after decapitating his sister, which Scylla pursued. The 400 brothers fled in terror. Despite their attempts to escape, he hunted them across the heavens, slaying most and forcing the few survivors to scatter to the southern sky. This cosmic battle established several crucial patterns for central Mexican religious practices. The defeat of the moon coil Selkie and stars Yenzen, which Nahawa by the newborn sun Huitzil, are partially represented in the daily celestial drama visible to all observers. The decapitation of Coyote Saki and dismemberment of her brothers set the pattern for offering rituals that would feed the sun deity with human hearts and blood. The victorious protection of the mother goddess justified the self-image of Tenochtitlan's people as defenders of cosmic order against chaos. The Templo Mayor physically embodied this foundational narrative through its architectural symbolism. The temple platform itself represented a peak with the shrine to Huitzilopochtli at its summit, marking the spot of his miraculous birth. At the base of the main staircase lay a massive stone relief of the dismembered coiled Selkie, positioned so that the decapitated goddess eternally lay at the foot of her victorious brother's temple. The placement of Coyote Saki at the bottom of the staircase, notes one archaeological analysis, suggests that her stone symbolized her defeat, with the temple pyramid representing Coda Peg. This three-dimensional recreation of the cosmic battle transformed ritual activities at the Templo Mayor into direct participation in the founding narrative. When sacrificial victims' hearts were extracted and their bodies tumbled down the temple stairs onto the coil shell carry stone, the mythic combat between Huitzilopochtli and his siblings was ritually reenacted. This powerful story not only shaped religious practices, but also reinforced the social and political structure of Tenochtitlan, intertwining divine purpose with the everyday lives of its people. The narrative served as a reminder of their origins and responsibilities, encouraging them to maintain the cosmic order through their actions and beliefs. The timing of this story is super important for indigenous identity. Unlike those ancient creation tales or the far-off histories of previous cosmic ages, which still talk about the birth of the apocalypse happening in the current fifth sun, this story places their patron deity, and by extension, the people themselves, as newcomers on a specific cosmic mission. They weren't just inheritors of old traditions. They had a unique responsibility to keep the current world age alive through the right ceremonial practices and imperial expansion. This narrative gave them a solid theological backing. If Huitzilopochtli needed human hearts and blood to keep his cosmic fight going, Then the military campaigns to secure sacrificial victims were seen as a sacred necessity, not just political ambition. Those flowery wars aimed specifically at capturing warriors for sacrifice were directly linked to this foundational story, with captives representing the defeated star deities whose life force would nourish the victorious sun god. Now, let's talk about the hummingbird symbolism tied to Huitzilopochtli. These tiny birds were famous for their fierce nature, and despite their small size, they pack a punch. Just like Tenochtitlan, which rose from humble beginnings to become an empire. In Mesoamerica, hummingbirds were also linked to the souls of fallen warriors, creating a connection between military service and divine essence. Their yearly migration patterns mirrored the sun's movements, reinforcing Huitzilopochtli's solar associations for everyday folks. This founding tale was both inspiring and cautionary. The miraculous conception through feathers hinted at the possibility of divine intervention in seemingly impossible situations, a message of hope for a people who transformed from despised outsiders to imperial rulers. At the same time, the harsh fate of those who went against divine will serve as a warning against challenging the established order, with the dismembered coyote as a permanent reminder for everyone approaching the Templo Mayor. We should pay attention to the gender dynamics in this narrative. Although Huitzil was portrayed as the masculine warrior, his power came directly from his mother, whose ancient divine status preceded his own. This maternal foundation for male authority reflected broader patterns in central Mexican society, where male rulers often legitimized their positions through female lineage. The interplay between masculine and feminine principles was woven throughout both sacred stories and social organization. The celestial symbolism in these narratives also included advanced astronomical observations. The conflict between Huitzilopochtli, the sun, and his siblings, the moon and stars, accurately depicted the daily disappearance of stars as the sun rises. The image of dismembered bodies scattered across the sky corresponded to how the Milky Way appears as a band of fragmented light. These astronomical connections embedded scientific understanding within a religious framework, showing the practical knowledge that underpinned indigenous cosmology. Different communities within the imperial realm had variations of this story, with local adaptations highlighting specific elements relevant to their social contexts and regions. Some versions focused more on agricultural production rather than military activity, while others emphasized fertility aspects, especially in areas directly involved in imperial expansion. This flexibility allowed the core narrative to work across diverse social environments while keeping its main symbolism intact. Archaeological evidence suggests that the story evolved over time, with earlier versions placing less emphasis on militaristic elements. As the Tenochtitlan community shifted from being marginalized newcomers to imperial rulers, the warrior aspects of Huitzilopochtli gained more prominence in official narratives. This evolution reflected the changing needs of state ideology, showing how spiritual symbolism adapted to political circumstances without losing its essential structure. The coiled Chauci stone, discovered in 1978 during excavations near Mexico City's cathedral, provides tangible proof of the story's central importance. This massive circular relief, measuring over 3.25 meters in diameter, depicts the dismembered goddess with her head, limbs, and torso separated, yet arranged in a flowing, almost dance-like composition. The artistic sophistication of this monument reveals both theological depth and aesthetic refinement, challenging simplistic views of indigenous religion as merely bloodthirsty or primitive. Tribute payments from conquered territories often included materials needed for rituals honoring Huitzil, like quetzal feathers, jade, and special ceremonial tools. These requirements created direct links between the imperial economic systems and religious practices, while the flow of luxury goods toward Tenochtitlan's ceremonial center physically embodied the cosmic order depicted in the founding narrative, with peripheral regions supporting the sacred center. Just as the defeated star deities ultimately served the victorious sun god, the story of Huitzilopochtli provided both inspiration and ultimate purpose. Success in battle wasn't just about personal glory or material gain. It was about participating in cosmic maintenance. Capturing sacrificial victims fulfilled the highest calling, feeding the patron deity who sustained the current world age. This sacred framing turned military service from a mere job into a divine vocation, with eternal rewards awaiting those who fell in battle. When the Spanish arrived in 1519, this founding narrative influenced indigenous responses to their unprecedented challenge. The complex prophecies regarding Quetzalcoatl's return became intertwined with observations of these strange newcomers, creating deep uncertainty about the right course of action. Yet, throughout those initial encounters, Tenochtitlan's leadership kept their ritual obligations to Huitzil, continuing sacrificial practices even as their world faced significant upheaval. The national story of Huitzilopochtli's birth served multiple purposes. It explained celestial phenomena, justified sacrificial practices, legitimized imperial expansion, and provided cosmic meaning for the historical experiences of central Mexico's dominant power. This sophisticated integration of astronomical observation, political necessity, and religious symbolism created a powerful ideological foundation for one of Mesoamerica's most complex civilizations. The central Mexican view of human origins is really different from the creation stories you might know from European traditions. Instead of coming from clay shaped by divine hands or being breathed into existence, humans were born from a much more intricate process involving cosmic sacrifice, journeys to the underworld, and divine blood offerings. This unique creation story set up important patterns that resonated through indigenous rituals, especially when it came to themes like death, sacrifice, and rebirth. After some earlier attempts to create beings for the new earth didn't work out, the divine powers gathered at Teotihuacan to figure out how to make beings who could honor and support them. They realized that without humans providing offerings, the cosmic order just wouldn't hold together. This back-and-forth relationship between people and the divine, where each relies on the other for survival, became a fundamental part of Mesoamerican beliefs. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent known for knowledge and creativity, stepped up to take on the risky mission of going to Miquelon, the deepest part of the underworld, to fetch the precious bones of humans who had died in earlier ages. This journey into the realm of death required a lot of bravery and cleverness, as Mike found out. The Lord of the Dead was fiercely protective of these bones, and one version of the story has Quetzalcoatl boldly declaring, "I have come for the precious bones that you keep." This bold move kicked off a battle of wits between the Creator and the Lord of the Underworld, setting a pattern of divine trickery that pops up again and again in Mesoamerican stories. Mike, a bit suspicious of Quetzalcoatl, planned to shoot Lee. He agreed to give up the bones only if the Creator could pull off a series of seemingly impossible tasks. One version tells how McGlintock calmly challenged Quetzalcoatl to circle the underworld 4 times while blowing a conch shell with no holes in it. As the Creator climbed down, a flock of quail was released to scare him, causing him to fall and scatter the precious remains. In some versions, the quail even bit and damaged the bones, which explains why people today come in all shapes and sizes instead of being uniform. But Quetzalcoatl wasn't discouraged. He gathered the bones and made a run for it. Realizing he'd been tricked, Mike ordered his underworld servants to chase after the fleeing Creator. Different stories show how Quetzalcoatl used various tricks to dodge capture running in zigzag patterns, creating distractions or summoning creatures to block his pursuers. When Quetzalcoatl finally made it back to the earthly realm with his precious cargo, he brought the bones to Sheba, a giant snake woman. She ground the bones into a fine powder using a sacred grinding stone, similar to those used by women to prepare maize. This connection between creating humans and preparing corn highlighted this special bond between people and their staple crop. Many indigenous groups even called themselves the people of the maize, acknowledging that their very essence was tied to their primary food source. The key moment of bringing humans to life happened when several divine beings, including Quetzalcoatl, pierced their earlobes and genitals to let their blood drip onto the ground. One account states, "Bone powder, and with their blood they moistened the ashes." Then humans began to live. This act of divine bloodletting set the stage for the practice of human auto-sacrifice. Ritual bloodletting became a core part of indigenous religious practices. This creation story, rooted in divine sacrifice, established a powerful belief. Life comes from blood offerings, just like the divine beings gave their blood to create humanity. Humans were expected to return the favor by offering blood to their creators to keep the cosmic order intact. This relationship between the divine and human realms, where each supports the other through blood exchange, created a rich theological framework that justified sacrificial practices. Several standout features of this creation story really grab your attention. Unlike other creation tales that focus on individual beings, this one talks about the simultaneous creation of many humans from the collective bones of ancestors. This idea of a shared origin highlights the indigenous belief in collective identity over individualism, seeing people primarily through their connections to family, community, and the cosmic order. The bones, as the lasting essence of humanity, carry deep meanings for understanding death and the afterlife. They symbolize the most permanent part of human existence, outlasting flesh and continuing to exist long after death. This belief shaped funerary practices. Many commoners were cremated to free the soul, while nobles often had their bones preserved as sacred relics, keeping ties to ancestral power. With multiple divine beings involved in human creation, humanity's connections to supernatural forces become diverse, rather than belonging to just one creator. People owe their existence to this collective divine action, which means they have responsibilities to the broader pantheon. Different aspects of human nature reflect the various divine energies that animated them. For instance, Quetzalcoatl brought wisdom, while other deities added specific traits. Physical and personality differences among humans were often explained by the variations in the recovered bones and the unique mix of divine blood used to bring them to life. Some stories even say that damaged or incomplete bones led to individuals with physical limitations, while others suggest that the mix of divine blood influenced personality traits. This framework helps explain human diversity while still keeping the idea of a shared origin. For agricultural communities across Mesoamerica, this creation story resonated with their everyday experiences of farming. Just like humans emerged from seemingly dead bones mixed with life-giving blood, maize plants grew from lifeless seeds nourished by water. This parallel between human and agricultural creation emphasized the sacred nature of farming. It turned the planting cycle into a ritualized reenactment of human origins. The journey to the underworld in this narrative set important patterns for understanding death and the afterlife. Quetzalcoatl's successful navigation of the challenges in the underworld showed that, while dangerous, the realm of death wasn't impossible to cross. This offered hope to ordinary folks that their deceased loved ones might also find ways through the tough obstacles of the afterlife, especially with the right ritual support from funerary offerings. Social stratification in indigenous society found mythological justification in this creation account. Some versions tell how bones from different social classes in earlier cosmic ages were used to create the corresponding classes in the current world. This explains inequality as a continuation of cosmic patterns rather than random human arrangements. Noble lineages claimed descent from the bones of previous rulers, while commoners traced their origins to those of regular people. Language diversity also found its roots in this mythology. Some accounts explain that different groups received unique languages during or shortly after creation. This helps explain the linguistic diversity encountered by the imperial center during their expansion, allowing for the acknowledgement of cultural differences while still maintaining a unified understanding of human origins. The grinding of bones on a stone before animation linked human creation to female domestic labor, recognizing women's vital role in sustaining life. Just as women transformed hard corn kernels into nourishing dough through grinding and cooking, the female deity Quetzalcoatl turned inert bones into the essence of humanity through sacred processing. This recognition of feminine creative power balanced the mostly masculine focus in other aspects of official religious practices. Archaeological evidence from temple offerings in Tenochtitlan shows the ongoing ritual significance of this creation narrative. Buried deposits often included carefully arranged human bones mixed with sacrificial blood, physically reenacting the original creation process. Some offerings even featured bones adorned with precious materials like jade, symbolizing the valuable substance from which humanity emerged. These tangible expressions highlight how creation stories directly influenced ritual practices. The imagery of bone and blood permeated artistic conventions throughout central Mexico. Skeletal figures frequently appeared in sculptures and painted manuscripts, not just as symbols of death, but as representations of the enduring essence from which life arises. The combination of skeletal elements with flowing blood or thriving vegetation visually captured the theological idea that death and life are inseparable parts of a continuous cycle, not absolute opposites. The theme of divine trickery in gathering materials for human creation established significant cultural attitudes toward cunning and deception. Unlike some traditions that view trickery as inherently wrong, indigenous philosophy often saw strategic deception as necessary for achieving worthy goals. Quetzalcoatl's clever tricks justified similar tactics in situations where direct confrontation might not be wise for everyday community members. This creation story offered both an explanation and a guideline. It explained human mortality by linking human origins to materials already associated with death. The bones of previous inhabitants, recovered from the underworld, highlighted this connection. It also set the pattern of blood offerings as fundamental to existence. Even the simplest household rituals involving minor bloodletting connected directly to this cosmic precedent. The agricultural deity Santi Oto, the maize lord, gained special significance through associations with this creation narrative. Just as humans were created from ground bones mixed with divine blood, maize emerged from seemingly lifeless seeds combined with water and human effort. Rituals honoring Santi Oto often involved symbolic reenactments of the human creation story, reinforcing the connection between people and their primary food source. When the Spanish arrived and introduced Christian creation stories, the profound differences in understanding human origins created significant barriers to mutual understanding. The European focus on humans, fashioned individually from clay by a singular deity, sharply contrasted with the indigenous view of communal creation from ancestral bones through cooperative divine action. This gap in understanding contributed to the broader cultural misunderstandings that characterized the conquest period. The Mesoamerican view of human creation established that humans are not the masters of creation, but participants in an ongoing cosmic process that requires consistent maintenance through ritual action and divine sacrifice. People exist primarily to sustain the supernatural beings who brought them into being, completing a reciprocal cycle of mutual dependence. This perspective fostered a distinctive consciousness where personal existence found meaning, mainly through participation in maintaining universal order, rather than through individual achievement or salvation. The daily spectacle of the sun rising and the moon appearing has always captivated people across ancient civilizations. But few cultures came up with explanations as rich and meaningful as those in central Mexico. Their view of celestial motion revolved around a story of voluntary divine sacrifice, which set the stage for all the ritual bloodletting that followed. This tale of cosmic creation through self-offering not only explained natural phenomena, but also justified some of the most debated aspects of indigenous religious practices. After a great flood that marked the end of the fourth sun, the world was plunged into darkness. In this sacred setting at Teotihuacan, a place already steeped in history, supernatural beings gathered to decide who would take on the monumental task of becoming the new sun. They understood that bringing light into the world would require the ultimate sacrifice. The chosen deity would need to give up everything to create the cosmic fire essential for life to carry on. Two brave volunteers stepped forward. One was a proud, wealthy being, decked out in precious offerings. The other was a humble deity, covered in sores, whose name literally means full of sores. This contrast highlighted the differences between outward beauty and inner worth, a theme that would resonate throughout native moral teachings. The divine assembly set up a massive bonfire that blazed for 4 days, creating the sacred flames into which the chosen one would leap. They made 2 mounds, recounts the Leander, the lost souls, and for 4 days the gods did penance. This period of preparation established a pattern for human penitential practices before major rituals. When the moment of sacrifice arrived, the proud deity hesitated 4 times before the flames, despite his grand preparations and lavish offerings. Each time he approached the fire, his courage faltered. Seeing this, the humble deity stepped forward with quiet determination. After closing his eyes, he leaped into the fire, one account states. His body crackled and sizzled as he made this ultimate act of self-sacrifice. This moment established a fundamental theological principle. Divine power comes not from outward appearances or material wealth, but from a commitment to cosmic necessity. Shamed by the humble deity's bravery, the proud one finally threw himself into the flames as well. From these twin sacrifices emerged the primary celestial bodies. The humble deity transformed into the sun, while the proud one became the moon. Their different characteristics explained the unique qualities of these celestial bodies. The sun's brilliant, life-giving radiance contrasted with the moon's pale, reflected light. However, the newly created sun remained stationary in the eastern sky. Despite his transformation, he lacked the energy to start his journey across the heavens. This created a critical moment for the cosmos, as life could not be sustained without the sun's movement. To restore balance, the other divine beings decided to sacrifice themselves to set the sun in motion. "How will we live?" they asked. "The sun does not move." Each deity approached the sacrificial position, offering their sacred life energy to generate the necessary dynamism. Finally, a powerful wind blew, pushing the sun into motion across the sky. This collective divine sacrifice established the fundamental principle underlying all native rituals. Cosmic motion requires blood offerings, and thus the gods died for the sun to live and move, states one account. This divine precedent laid the groundwork for human sacrificial practices. Just as the supernatural beings had offered their blood and lives to sustain cosmic motion at the beginning of the fifth sun. Humans now bore the responsibility to continue this essential nourishment through their own blood offerings. The origin of the moon's distinctive features was also explained in this narrative. When both celestial bodies first appeared in the sky, they shone with equal brightness, creating confusion. The gods all came together and asked, "How will it be? Will they both follow the same path and be equally bright?" To resolve this, one of the divine beings struck the moon's face with a rabbit, permanently dimming its brightness and leaving an impression of a rabbit visible on the moon's surface, an image still recognized by many indigenous communities today. This account of the sun and moon's creation through divine sacrifice contained a sophisticated understanding of astronomy beneath its mythological surface. The pre-conquest peoples recognized that the sun provided active light, while the moon merely reflected that radiance. This principle was encoded in the narrative of the moon's dimming. Similarly, the east to west movement of these celestial bodies was explained through the divine effort needed to initiate cosmic motion, rather than attributing movement to the bodies themselves. The temple priests responsible for calendar observations found essential context in this creation story. The precise tracking of solar and lunar movements, crucial for agricultural planning and ritual scheduling, gained cosmic significance from the understanding that these celestial bodies represented transformed deities. Calendar priests didn't just record natural phenomena. They maintained connections with divine beings whose sacrifices had made life possible. The voluntary nature of the original divine sacrifice was especially important for indigenous understanding of their own rituals. Just as the humble deity had willingly entered the flames, sacrificial participants ideally accepted their fate as a part of cosmic maintenance rather than mere elimination. This theological perspective helps explain certain aspects of sacrificial procedures, including the careful preparation of participants and the emphasis on their ritual involvement before the culminating moment. The sun's daily journey gained further elaboration as native thought developed. Each evening, the sun deity descended into the western entrance of the underworld. Throughout the night, he traveled through 9 challenging levels, battling forces of darkness and death. This nightly struggle explained why the sun needed constant nourishment through blood offerings. His strength required replenishment for each night's ordeal. Particular festivals in the native calendar directly commemorated aspects of this creation narrative. The Ventana 20-day period, called Zok Utl, featured a ceremony where selected individuals climbed tall poles and cast themselves down on ropes, symbolically reenacting the humble deity's leap into the cosmic fire. These performances physically embodied the mythological precedent, allowing participants and observers to reconnect with the foundational moment of the current cosmic age. The contrasting characters of the proud deity and the humble one provided a moral framework with significant social implications. The proud deity represented the wealthy nobility with their elaborate offerings and outward magnificence, while the humble one embodied the poorer classes, whose inequalities might exceed material resources. This pairing suggested that true worth came from a willingness to serve cosmic necessity rather than from social status or material wealth. A potentially subversive message within the highly stratified indigenous society. Agricultural cycles gained particular significance through their association with this solar mythology. The daily death of the sun at dusk and its rebirth at dawn paralleled the seasonal patterns of planting, growth, harvest, and fallow periods. Farmers throughout central Mexico understood their work as participation in the same cosmic processes represented in the sun's movements. This connection between celestial mythology and agricultural practice embedded cosmic significance in daily labor. While this celestial narrative gives us a cool way to understand cosmic processes, the ancient peoples of Mexico had some equally amazing ideas about what goes on inside us. They didn't just think of human spirituality as a simple one-size-fits-all soul. Nope, they had a much more intricate view, breaking down the life essence into several parts, each with its own unique qualities, origins, and destinies. The big players here were the two nali, which represent the person's vital force and destiny. The trials for this divine spark were all about the heart and breath. Pretty fascinating, right? This complex model shaped how they viewed human existence, influencing everything from how kids were raised to how funerals were conducted. Now, let's talk about the finale, which might just be the most unique part of their spiritual understanding. This life essence, which gets its name from the words for day or heat, actually enters a child at birth, helping to shape their character and fate. The specific day you're born on sets the tone for your personal force, linking the calendar system directly to who you are. For instance, if someone is born on the day of the eagle, they'll carry the traits associated with that day's sign for their whole life. The day count gives people the shadow. One indigenous source explains, it makes them cry, it makes them laugh. It gives them their character, whether good or bad. This deep connection between identity and cosmic time created a unique mindset where who you are comes from your place in sacred, calendrical patterns rather than just your own choices or achievements. So, where does this essence hang out? Mostly in the head, especially in the hair, which the ancient folks believed was a physical sign of this spiritual force. This belief shaped all sorts of cultural practices, including hairstyles that signified social status and life stages. Warriors who captured enemies in battle got to wear special protective hairstyles, while priests had their own unique hair arrangements that matched their spiritual duties. Unlike the Western idea of an immortal soul, this vital energy could temporarily leave the body during sleep, intoxication, sexual activity, or dreams. It was like the heat soul going on little adventures outside the body, possibly picking up knowledge or facing dangers during its nighttime journeys. This belief led to some serious concerns about how to sleep properly, since a confused life force might accidentally enter the wrong body when waking up or get stuck in the spiritual realm. Because of this vulnerability, there were tons of protective practices in place, especially for infants whose new vital energy hadn't fully settled into their bodies yet. Newborns would get special amulets and protective hairstyles, and parents were super careful about their sleeping environments. The fear of losing or damaging this head-centered force explained many childhood illnesses in their medical systems, with specialized healers coming up with techniques to retrieve or boost weakened vital energy. There's also a solar connection that ran deep in their understanding of this spiritual component. They saw it as a tiny piece of solar energy that was unique to each person, linking individual identity directly to the cosmic processes outlined in solar creation myths. Just like the sun needed blood to stay strong, people's life essence required regular boosts through offerings and rituals. The calendar priests, or key day counters, played a crucial role in society by interpreting what a person's birth date meant. When a baby was born, parents would consult these experts to figure out the qualities tied to their child's day sign and get advice on rituals, education, and potential career paths. This practice really tied individual destiny into the cosmic patterns that could be read through proper calendrical knowledge. When a child was born, they immediately consulted the day counting book, says one account that survived after the conquest. If the child came into the world on a good day sign, they baptized it right away. But if it was born on an evil day sign, they waited. This careful attention to timing shows just how deeply calendrical awareness influenced even the most personal family moments, with cosmic patterns playing a role in every big life transition. Complementing the tonali concept stood the natural or animal coalescence, spiritual connection between humans and specific animal species that influenced character abilities and destiny. Unlike the day-linked essence, which related primarily to cosmic time, the natural established connections between human society and the broader natural world. This relationship manifested in multiple forms, from spiritual guardianship to potential shape-shifting abilities. In its most common form, the narwhal functioned as a spirit animal guardian assigned at birth, creating a lifelong bond between person and animal species. The specific narwhal might be determined through birth circumstances, dream revelations, or distinctive physical marks on the infant. This connection created mutual influence, while the animal's characteristics shaped human personality. While the person's actions could affect their animal counterpart's well-being, the child receives the animal's shadow, notes one indigenous source. If the animal is injured, the child suffers the same wound. This reciprocal vulnerability created a profound sense of connection to the natural world, with personal well-being explicitly linked to the health of specific animal species. Conservation practices and hunting restrictions often reflected these spiritual associations, rather than merely practical concerns about resource management. More specialized expressions of this fascinating concept applied to folks with unique spiritual gifts or ritual roles. Shamanic practitioners had this incredible ability to shift into their spirit animal, temporarily transferring their vital essence into their animal counterpart. This transformation opened doors for spiritual journeys, healing practices, and community protection. You might hear the howling of coyotes or the screeching of owls at night, signaling these practitioners moving through the dark in their animal forms. For native rulers and priests, the connection to their spirit animal offered them a boost in spiritual authority. Tapping into animal consciousness gave them insights that ordinary humans just couldn't access. If you dreamt of your spirit animal, it held special meaning, often seen as divine messages or warnings. This close bond between humans and animals created a spiritual awareness where the lines between species were more like a flowing river than a solid wall. Now, let's dive into the third major spiritual component in this indigenous worldview, the Thalia. This essence, centered in the heart, symbolizes the divine spark in each person. It's the part that connects us most directly to the divine realm, influencing whether we act with moral integrity or give in to our base instincts. Unlike the heat soul, which could take a little vacation during sleep, the Thalia stayed put until death, only leaving during the heart extraction in sacrificial rituals. The heart is the precious stone, a Quetzal feather, says one poetic fragment, highlighting how precious the Thalia really is. After death, this essence continued its journey, navigating the tough path through the 9 levels of Miquelon, the underworld. Proper funeral rituals were key to helping it overcome obstacles during its 4-year transition to final rest. The last major spiritual component, the eagle or breath, represented vital energy linked to the liver. This essence tied directly to our emotions and personal character, even manifesting physically as specific scents that people gave off. A virtuous person radiated pleasant aromas, while those with less admirable traits emitted unpleasant smells, detectable by those sensitive to spiritual nuances. This belief shaped social interactions, personal hygiene habits, and the use of fragrances in rituals. This intricate, multi-layered understanding of spirituality gave rise to a unique indigenous perspective on personhood. Instead of seeing individuals as unified beings with clear boundaries, they recognized multiple interconnected components, each operating on different principles. The fluidity of these spiritual essences, how they could leave, strengthen, weaken, or transform, created a worldview where personhood was more of a journey than a fixed destination. For everyday families, the spiritual framework influenced countless daily practices. Parents took great care of their children's hair, believing it held concentrated vital energy. Sweeping had to be done with precision to avoid disturbing wandering life essences. When someone fell ill, both physical treatment and spiritual healing were needed to retrieve lost soul components or bolster weakened spiritual forces. These practical applications wove deep theological insights into daily life. The sophisticated spiritual system of ancient Mexico addressed cosmic processes through celestial myths and personal experiences through multi-part soul concepts. These frameworks offered comprehensive explanations for what people observed while setting patterns for proper rituals. They connected solar movements to sacrificial needs and individual identities to cosmic timing based on birth dates. This rich theological system beautifully integrated personal experiences with universal processes, creating a remarkably sophisticated framework that guided daily practices. It's a deep dive into the fundamental nature of existence itself. The natural world held deep religious significance in ancient Mesoamerican thought, where specific plants and animals were seen as embodiments of divine powers, cosmic principles, and rich historical connections. They weren't just resources to exploit. These living beings were manifestations of sacred forces. Understanding them was crucial for both spiritual and physical well-being. By closely observing animal behaviors and plant traits, people revealed divine patterns that might otherwise go unnoticed, creating a worldview where the natural and supernatural were intricately linked. One animal that really stood out was the eagle. It symbolized the peak of the Indigenous migration saga. According to foundational mythology, the wandering tribe received divine guidance to establish their city after spotting an eagle perched on a cactus, clutching a serpent in its beak or talons. This vision, which they encountered on a small island in Lake Texcoco, determined where Tenochtitlan would be built. It's even the image featured on the Mexican flag today. The eagle's symbolism went far beyond this story. It was seen as a solar bird that could fly straight toward the sun while hunting. The eagle represented warrior virtues and connections to the heavens. Elite warriors could join the prestigious Eagle Warrior Society through their achievements in battle, earning the right to wear elaborate eagle costumes during ceremonies. The eagle's unique hunting style, patiently observing before striking, decisively served as a model for military strategy and leadership. As one indigenous text puts it, the eagle is wise and vigilant. It watches from high places and strikes when enemies least expect. This keen observation of nature transformed animal traits into lessons for human behavior, especially for leaders. The eagle's nest, built high up, symbolized social elevation and exclusive access to privileged knowledge. In contrast to the solar eagle, the jaguar represented the night, earth, and underworld. Its ability to navigate through darkness and its distinctive spotted coat, reminiscent of stars against the night sky, gave it a powerful presence. The jaguar's symbolism was complementary to the eagle's, embodying different but connected powers. The Jaguar Warrior Society paralleled the Eagle Warriors, creating balanced military orders that represented both celestial and earthly forces. Jaguar symbolism also linked to rulership, with the concept of the were-jaguar, a transformational ability attributed to powerful individuals. Some native rulers claimed they could take on jaguar form through spiritual practices, tapping into non-human perceptions and power. Archaeological evidence shows that jaguar symbolism has deep roots, with Olmec sculptures depicting human jaguar transformations dating back over 1,000 years before Tenochtitlan. The serpent, on the other hand, was complex and rich in meaning. It represented wisdom, fertility, and dangerous power all at once. The feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl, blended earthly and heavenly qualities, acting as a mediator between cosmic realms. Regular snakes, known for shedding their skin and emerging renewed, symbolized transformation and cyclical renewal, influencing religious practices tied to agriculture and human life transitions. The serpent renews itself like the moon, says one poetic fragment, linking skin shedding to larger cosmic cycles. This careful observation of natural processes reflected divine patterns, creating a worldview where understanding plants and animals was key to grasping cosmic operations. The serpent's ability to move smoothly, strike precisely, and consume prey much larger than itself carried symbolic weight for human experiences. Hummingbirds were particularly significant, associated with Woodsville apocalypse, a name that includes the Nahuatl term for these vibrant birds. Their incredible energy, fierce territorial behavior, despite their small size, and their unique ability to enter a state of torpor and then revive daily echoed solar patterns and warrior virtues. The iridescent feathers of hummingbirds were among the most valued materials in Mesoamerican culture, often reserved for royal regalia and high-status ritual objects. Fallen warriors were honored by being transformed into hummingbirds upon their return to Earth, accompanying the sun across the sky. This transformation rewarded proper martial conduct with continued existence in one of nature's most admired forms. Hummingbirds could hover and move in all directions, symbolizing freedom and transcending ordinary limitations, qualities associated with honorable warrior service. Beyond these prominent examples, many other animals carried specific symbolic meanings that shaped how natives understood their characteristics and how they should be treated. For instance, rabbits were linked to lunar deities and fertility, with their image said to be visible in the moon's face. Quails symbolized sensual pleasure and agricultural abundance, but also reckless behavior. Butterflies represented the souls of warriors and women who died in childbirth, returning from celestial realms to visit during specific festivals. Dogs were especially significant as psychopomps, guiding human souls across the dangerous river during their journey to the underworld. The canine deity associated with lightning and twins helped guide the sun through its nightly underworld transit. This spiritual role gave dogs a special status, despite their ordinary appearance, with certain breeds raised specifically for funeral sacrifices to accompany deceased owners on their afterlife journey. In the plant kingdom, maize held a super important place in religious beliefs. It was way more than just a food staple. Maize was seen as a divine substance that was directly tied to human creation. The people of central Mexico literally thought of themselves as the people of maize, believing their flesh was made from the same sacred material as their main food source. This deep connection turned farming from just a way to grow food into a sacred act that participated in divine cycles of sacrifice. The story of how maize was discovered is a key part of Nahua mythology. In various accounts, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god, saw ants carrying maize kernels from inside a mountain. He transformed into a black ant and followed them to their source, discovering this precious food with help from other deities. He split open the mountain and revealed maize in a rainbow of colors: white, yellow, red, and blue varieties still grown in Mesoamerica today. This mythology made maize a divine gift that needed proper rituals, not just a natural resource. Farmers across the region held ceremonies before planting, during growth, and at harvest to keep good relationships with the maize spirits. Even when preparing corn at home, rituals were involved, with women saying prayers while grinding kernels on the metate and cooking tortillas on the comal. Next in line was the agave plant, which was second only to maize in both religious and practical importance. This amazing succulent provided all sorts of essential resources: fibers for clothing and rope, thorns for ritual bloodletting, building materials from its dried stalks, and pulque, a fermented drink made from its sap. The goddess Maya was often linked to agave, with her body parts representing different parts of the plant, her many breasts symbolizing its abundant productivity. Pulque, the milky fermented drink, was packed with complex religious meanings. It was considered the blood of the agave and represented divine substance with both nourishing and intoxicating qualities. Controlled consumption of pulque played a big role in certain religious ceremonies, while overindulgence was strictly frowned upon. There was even a saying about pulque intoxication linked to 400 rabbits, each rabbit deity embodying a different kind of drunken behavior. Amaranth was another important plant, serving both nutritional and ritual purposes. Its tiny seeds were a great source of protein, and its red color was associated with blood and sacrifice during festivals. Artisans crafted intricate sculptures from amaranth dough mixed with honey, creating edible images of deities that participants would symbolically consume. This practice had some parallels to Christian communion and became an early target for Spanish prohibitions during the colonial period. Sacred mushrooms, especially those with psychoactive properties, held a special place for their ability to facilitate divine communication. Known as tiona, or divine flesh, these fungi offered access to visionary experiences that were seen as direct contact with supernatural realms. Special ritual practitioners managed their use, creating carefully controlled experiences with these powerful substances. Stone sculptures of mushrooms found at various Mesoamerican sites show how long these sacred associations have existed. The prickly pear cactus played a role in the myth of Tenochtitlan's foundation, symbolizing resilience and sustenance in tough conditions, as well as the union of opposites. Its ability to produce sweet fruit from seemingly inhospitable land mirrored the indigenous journey from wandering tribes to an imperial power. The noble cactus was prominently featured in place names, art, and imperial symbolism, easily recognizable throughout the Valley of Mexico. Flowers also had a unique cultural and religious significance beyond just looking pretty. The term flower often appeared in metaphorical expressions relating to truth, beauty, and the fleeting nature of existence. Poetry was referred to as flower and song, suggesting that artistic expression was among the most precious aspects of human capability. Different flowers carried specific meanings. Marigolds were linked to the dead, water lilies symbolized rulership, and magnolias represented feminine beauty. Flower imagery was even woven into the context of warfare through the concept of flowery war, conflicts, primarily aimed at capturing sacrificial victims rather than territorial conquest. Warriors who died in battle or through sacrifice were said to transform into flowers in the afterlife, their essence returning to earth in beautiful, fragrant forms. This connection between bloodshed and blooming turned warfare from simple violence into a participation in cosmic flowering. The famous floating gardens of Tenochtitlan combined practical agriculture with religious symbolism. These artificial growing platforms, made by layering aquatic vegetation, mud, and soil, allowed for intensive farming on lake surfaces that were otherwise unsuitable for crops. The incredible productivity of these systems, capable of yielding multiple harvests each year, represented divine abundance made real through human cooperation with nature. Sacred trees occupied specific positions within the indigenous cosmic geography. The Saba or pot showed Saba and tundra, represented the axis mundi, the world tree connecting underworld, earthly realm, and celestial levels. With its distinctive buttress roots, straight trunk, and spreading canopy, the Saba physically embodied the three-level cosmic structure. Other tree species carried specific associations with individual deities. Cypress with death, goddess, mesquite with fertility, and flowering trees with creative transformation. The Quetzal bird, while not originally from the Valley of Mexico, provided some of the most prized feathers in Mesoamerican ceremonies. Those stunning green tail plumes, traded from tropical regions, were used to decorate the most sacred outfits meant for deities and rulers. The bird's name is part of Quetzalcoatl's identity as the precious feathered serpent, and its plumes symbolize the most divine aspects of existence, connecting the spiritual with the material world. Different ecological zones were packed with spiritual meaning. Mountains weren't just geographical features. They were seen as the earthly forms of ancient deities turned to stone. Lakes and springs were viewed as gateways to Tlaloc, the paradise of the rain god. Caves acted as entry points to the underworld, with stalactites and stalagmites representing the earth's bones. This connection transformed the landscape into a sacred space. The bond between nature and divine powers shaped a worldview where maintaining a healthy ecological relationship was crucial. Overusing resources wasn't just a practical mistake. It was a spiritual offense. The Triple Alliance did impact their environment through urban growth, farming, and resource extraction. But their religious beliefs promoted a sense of limits and the need for balance with the natural world. When Spanish colonizers arrived, they brought a different attitude toward nature, viewing it primarily as a resource to exploit. This clash of ideas led to major misunderstandings. The indigenous view saw sacred animals and plants as divine powers deserving respect, which was a stark contrast to the European Christian belief that humans were meant to dominate nature. This difference fueled larger colonial conflicts beyond just religious issues. The rich symbolism tied to plants and animals in central Mexican thought shows a deep understanding of ecological relationships. Long before modern ecology, Native peoples recognized the principles of interdependence and balance through careful observation of nature, embedding this knowledge in their religious practices for future generations. The pre-conquest peoples of central Mexico viewed the universe as a carefully organized arrangement of different realms, each with its own unique qualities, inhabitants, and connections to human experience. It was way more complex than the simple heaven, earth, and hell division that we often see in European traditions. This cosmic design included 13 ascending heavens, 9 descending underworlds, and the earthly realm sitting right in the middle of these vertical extensions. This intricate model offered a thorough way to understand both natural events and spiritual experiences, giving humans a significant role in a much larger cosmic order. Imagine this vertical structure as a layered disk with the earthly realm at the center, heavens rising above, and underworlds descending below. Everything was aligned with the cardinal directions, each tied to specific colors, elements, and divine patrons. This blend of vertical and horizontal dimensions created a three-dimensional cosmic map that showed up in temple architecture, city layouts, and ritual movements. At the very top of this cosmic structure was the 13th and highest heaven, a place of duality where the primordial divine pair met. Here a supreme deity reigned, and divine creative energy flowed down through increasingly concrete forms until it reached our material world. Each heavenly level was home to specific deities and cosmic forces, arranged in a way that showed a stronger connection to earthly matters. Above all, one indigenous account explains, is the place of duality, beyond which nothing exists. This ultimate realm was beyond ordinary human understanding, only accessible through refined spiritual practices, or after death, for select individuals who had served particular deities. Unlike the personal afterlife destinations we see in Christian theology, this was more of a cosmic source than a reward. Some divine servants might eventually return to this primordial unity, but the other heavenly levels housed various divine manifestations based on cosmic functions and elemental associations. The specific deities in each level varied a bit across different stories, but the overall structure stayed consistent. Celestial bodies filled specific heavens, with the sun and moon in the lower levels and stars higher up, creating a model that explained astronomical observations while providing a cosmic context for earthly experiences. The sixth heaven was especially important as Tlalocan, the paradise realm ruled by Tlaloc, where those who died from water-related causes like drowning, lightning strikes, or certain diseases would go after death. Unlike the grim underworld awaiting most people, Tlaloc offered eternal abundance, comfort, and pleasure. This lush paradise was full of flowing waters and endless fertility, as shown in the beautiful murals of Tlalocan found at Teotihuacan and other archaeological sites. Interlaken. All is green and cool. One poetic fragment describes, "The granaries never empty, the flowers never wither." This paradise, as an afterlife destination, didn't depend on moral conduct, but rather on how one died, with Tlaloc claiming those who perished through his water domain. This idea reflected a broader indigenous understanding that the circumstances of death mattered more than one's behavior throughout life. The earthly realm held a central position in this cosmic arrangement, going beyond just being a physical place. The earth was seen as a female divine power through various forms, including clouds and serpents. The earth's surface rested on the back of a giant caiman floating in primordial waters, a delicate balance that required constant ritual offerings to prevent catastrophic instability. The cosmic axis was often visualized as a great tree whose roots reached into the underworld while its branches stretched into the heavens. This vertical connector, combined with the four cardinal directions, created a quincunx pattern 4 points around a center that appeared repeatedly in indigenous sacred architecture, art, and rituals. This pattern made the cosmic structure tangible, turning abstract cosmology into something you could physically see and experience in the world around you. From beneath the earthly realm, the 9 levels of M'Klin, the underworld ruled by McLuhan, descended with a quirky twist. Unlike the European idea of hell as a place of punishment, M'Klin was more like a neutral afterlife spot for most folks, no matter how they lived their lives. The journey through these 9 levels took a whopping 4 years, and during that time, the soul faced all sorts of challenges before finally finding rest in the deepest underworld. The path to M'Klin is tough, one funeral text warns. First, you've got to pass between clashing mountains, then cross 8 deserts and 8 hills. And if that wasn't enough, there were fierce jaguars guarding a river of blood, biting winds that felt like obsidian knives, and all kinds of supernatural creatures just waiting to gobble up the wandering soul. To help with this tricky journey, proper funeral rituals were super important, which explains all the elaborate mortuary practices we see throughout the indigenous world. Specific preparations were made to get the deceased ready for navigating the underworld. A red thread attached to the corpse would help guide the soul through the maze of passages. Obsidian blades were on hand for protection against supernatural threats. And here's a unique twist. A hairless dog, a breed known for its quirks, would be sacrificed to accompany the deceased, helping them cross the final river obstacle. These practical provisions really showed how the indigenous people viewed the afterlife as a tangible journey, needing physical gear instead of just a spiritual transition. Now, there were also alternative afterlife destinations for folks who met specific ends. Warriors who died in battle and sacrificial victims got to ascend to the House of the Sun, where they traveled with the sun on its daily journey across the sky. After 4 years of this honored service, these souls would return to Earth as hummingbirds and butterflies. Women who died in childbirth were seen as female warriors who captured a newborn while losing their own fight. They traveled to the place of women in the western sky, where they became divine women who accompanied the sun from noon to sunset. The ancient understanding of space went beyond just physical locations. It was packed with symbolic meaning. The landscape was full of sacred associations, historical memories, and divine connections that turned geographical features into key players in cosmic stories. From mythical origins to the carefully planned urban environment of Tenochtitlan, sacred geography created a framework that guided not just physical movement, but also spiritual understanding and political legitimacy. At the heart of origin myths was Aztlan, the legendary homeland where the ancestors began their migration. It was often described as an island in a lake, surrounded by reeds and waterfowl. Aztlan set the stage for what would later show up in Tenochtitlan's watery setting. The name Aztec itself comes from this place of origin, literally meaning people of Aztlan, though they preferred their later self-designation linked to Mexi, a tribal leader during the migration period. Some interpretations call it the place of whiteness or the place of herons. Aztlan was both a geographical location and a symbolic concept. Even though many archaeological attempts have been made to pinpoint its historical location, Aztlan primarily served as a mythological reference rather than a concrete site. This ambiguity was crucial culturally. allowing indigenous groups to claim unique origins while connecting to broader Mesoamerican and migration traditions. The migration from Aztlan kicked off with divine guidance, establishing a pattern of supernatural direction that characterized the entire journey. A deity, not yet fully elevated to primary patron status, told the ancestors to leave and follow his lead to their destined homeland. This divine journey turned physical movement into a sacred pilgrimage, with each stop gaining significance in a predetermined spiritual narrative along the migration route. Several locations gained special importance in sacred history. The place of 7 caves represented the birthplace of various tribal groups who would later inhabit central Mexico. From these 7 chambers within the earth emerged the distinct peoples who would eventually populate the Valley of Mexico. This shared origin point helped create connections between otherwise competitive groups, fostering a common mythological heritage that eased later political relationships. Serpent Mountain marked the miraculous birthplace of Huitzilopochtli and the site of his battle with Coyote and the star deities. This location laid down the cosmic pattern that would later show up in Tenochtitlan's Templo, where the temple platform symbolized the mountain, and the coyote relief at its base recreated the original mythological scene. When sacrificial victims' bodies tumbled down the temple stairs, it was like reenacting the primordial battle between Huitzilopochtli and his celestial siblings. The decision to settle at Tenochtitlan came from divine signs rather than just practical reasons. After generations of wandering in temporary homes, the people saw the prophesied eagle perched on a cactus with a serpent in its grasp. This vision, happening on a small island in Lake Texcoco, fulfilled Huitzilopochtli's promise and set the stage for their permanent capital. The tricky lake environment required innovative solutions like floating gardens and extensive causeway construction, adding to the site's sacred significance through its very impracticality. When they saw the eagle, they wept and said, "We have reached the promised place," recounts one indigenous history. This emotional moment turned an ordinary island into a cosmic center that would anchor identity for generations. The eagle image became the main imperial symbol, showing up on monuments, codices, and ceremonial objects throughout the realm, a visual shorthand for divine selection and destined greatness, even with humble beginnings. The urban design of Tenochtitlan was a fascinating blend of cosmic principles and careful spatial organization. The city was divided into 4 main quadrants, all radiating from the central sacred precinct. This setup reflected the cardinal directions, each linked to specific colors, elements, and divine patrons. By creating this quartered arrangement, they echoed the quincunx pattern, a symbolic representation of cosmic structure found throughout Mesoamerican cultures. This design transformed everyday movement through the city into a way of participating in sacred geography. Each quadrant housed local temples, markets, and administrative centers, forming semi-autonomous neighborhoods within the larger urban framework. These divisions weren't just for convenience. They reflected a cosmic organization with unique deities and ancestral ties associated with each district. Residents felt a strong connection to their home quadrant, taking part in local ceremonies while also engaging in citywide observances centered around the main temple precinct. The sacred precinct itself was a massive area that contained around 78 religious structures, with the towering Templo Mayor dominating the skyline. This central temple was dedicated to both Huitzilopochtli and Tlaloc, featuring twin shrines on a single platform. It physically represented the dual foundations of imperial power, military might, and agricultural fertility. The temple's carefully aligned stairways were designed to capture specific solar phenomena on important calendar dates, turning the architecture into an astronomical instrument that connected the earthly and celestial realms. Mountains in the Valley of Mexico held special sacred significance as both natural features and divine manifestations. For instance, the region's dominant volcanic peaks were featured in mythology as transformed lovers, their distinctive shapes resembling a sleeping woman and a watchful warrior. Smaller mountains around the valley were home to shrines dedicated to local deities, especially Tlaloc and his associates, whose powers emerged from these elevated spots where clouds often gathered. These sacred mountains required proper ritual acknowledgement whenever they were visible or visited. Travelers ascending these slopes for ceremonies would undergo purification rituals and bring offerings for the mountain deities. Stone shrines at various heights served as designated spots for offerings, with different altitudes linked to specific divine forces. The highest summit shrines, often subject to lightning strikes and dramatic weather, were typically reserved for professional priests rather than everyday worshippers. Water features throughout the landscape also carried unique sacred associations. Springs were seen as points where underworld waters emerged into the earthly realm, creating natural thresholds between cosmic realms that required special ritual attention. Lakes acted as reflective surfaces connecting earth and sky, their mirror-like qualities embodying the belief that cosmic realms mirrored one another. Rivers served as natural boundaries between territories, but also symbolized the flowing skirts of divine femininity, spreading fertility across the landscape. The relationship with Lake Texcoco highlighted a sophisticated blend of practical needs and sacred significance. While the lake offered essential resources like fishing, transportation, and defensive advantages, it also represented a divine feminine presence within the landscape. Rituals acknowledging the lake's spiritual dimension accompanied practical activities like fishing or reed gathering, creating a balance between economic use and sacred reciprocity. Caves throughout Mesoamerica were particularly charged sacred locations, acting as physical passages between the earthly and underworld realms. The Spanish conquistador Bernal Diaz described finding elaborate cave shrines during the conquest period, noting the presence of offerings, ritual items, and signs of regular ceremonial visits. These natural formations needed special ritual handling when entered or used, as they could potentially release dangerous underworld forces into the earthly realm. Ancient architectural sites from earlier civilizations also held specific significance within sacred geography. The ancient city of Teotihuacan, long abandoned before the rise of Tenochtitlan, became woven into mythological frameworks as the birthplace of the fifth sun. Regular pilgrimages to Teotihuacan connected people to this important ancestral site, allowing them to perform ceremonies at locations believed to mark actual cosmic creation points. This relationship with abandoned cities helped maintain continuity with earlier cultures, positioning current peoples as rightful heirs to their power and prestige. Navigating this sacred landscape required specialized knowledge passed down through formal education and community traditions. Professional priests understood the complex connections between locations and divine forces, determining the right timing, directional approaches, and ritual offerings for specific sites. Ordinary folks learned essential aspects of sacred geography through participation in community ceremonies, interactions in the marketplace, and family traditions that embedded cosmic understanding into daily life. Beyond these major cosmic divisions, various liminal zones mediated between realms. Caves served as physical passages to the underworld, explaining their importance as ritual sites. Mountain peaks were access points to celestial realms, especially for ceremonies honoring Tlaloc and other rain deities. Springs and lakes connected to underworld waters required special offerings and acknowledgement during encounters or use. The cardinal directions organized the horizontal dimension of this cosmic structure, each linked to specific colors, elements, and divine patrons. East represented light, fertility, and new beginnings, associated with red and the rising sun. North symbolized cold, ancestral wisdom, and death, tied to black and darkness. West stood for feminine moisture, and the setting sun, linked to white or bluish green. South represented heat, youth, and raw energy, associated with blue, though some accounts suggest yellow. This directional symbolism was physically reflected in the urban layout, with the city divided into 4 main quarters radiating from the sacred precinct at the center. Thus, the capital became a 3-dimensional representation of cosmic structure, with the Templo Mayor rising toward the heavens, while symbolically containing access to the underworld through its basement chambers and sacrificial stones. Ordinary citizens navigating the city streets or participating in cosmic patterns through their daily movements, embodying theological principles through their spatial practices. This complete cosmic structure established an ordered framework within which all natural phenomena could be meaningfully experienced. Human activities and spiritual encounters were positioned within this framework. Thunderstorms weren't just weather events. They represented interactions between Tlaloc's realm and the earthly domain. Unusual dreams hinted at journeys through celestial or underworld territories. Even seemingly ordinary events, like changes in animal behavior, carried potential significance as manifestations of cross-realm influence needing proper interpretation. This elaborate cosmology provided both explanations and prescriptions. It clarified the movements of celestial bodies, the cycles of seasons, and the inevitability of death through coherent mythological frameworks. Simultaneously, it prescribed appropriate human responses to these cosmic patterns through rituals designed to maintain harmony between realms. This resulting religious consciousness positioned humans as neither passive observers nor absolute masters of creation, but as essential participants in maintaining cosmic balance. The comprehensive spatial understanding of ancient central Mexico thus intertwined vertical cosmic structure with horizontal geographic organization into a sophisticated system, guiding both physical movement and spiritual understanding. This intricate arrangement transformed seemingly ordinary locations into meaningful participation points in cosmic processes, creating landscapes rich with sacred significance rather than just material terrain. The remarkable accuracy of celestial alignments in temple architecture and urban planning confirms that these cosmic patterns guided practical development, rather than merely serving as post hoc justifications for pragmatic decisions. The vibrant ceremonial life of ancient central Mexico was more than just superstition. It was a sophisticated way of engaging with cosmic patterns that were believed to be essential for maintaining the universe. Their observance system, organized through impressively precise time calculations, created an annual cycle of celebrations that synced human activities with divine rhythms. At the core of these practices was blood offering, ranging from simple personal bloodletting to full sacrificial rites, seen as a necessary way to reciprocate for the divine blood spilled during creation. This ceremonial framework provided both cosmic meaning and practical structure for indigenous society at every level. The timing of rituals relied on two interconnected calendar systems, which worked together to create a complex method for tracking time and deciding when ceremonies should happen. The day count, or tungo, consisted of 260 days, formed by a mix of 20-day signs and 13 numbers. Alongside this spiritual calendar was the solar calendar, which had 365 days divided into 18 months of 20 days each, plus 5 final empty days that were considered particularly dangerous. These timekeeping methods worked together, with each day identified by both its spiritual and solar names. The two cycles completely realigned only once every 52 years, creating what they called the calendar round or year bundle. This cycle culminated in the dramatic new fire ceremony, where all flames in the region were extinguished and then ritually rekindled from a single sacred fire lit in the chest of a sacrificial participant, symbolizing cosmic renewal and continuation. As one indigenous account puts it, the divine powers established the days, the count of days. They created a day for each of the gods. This connection gave each calendar position unique qualities, influencing activities conducted under its influence. Time specialists, known as day counters, interpreted these patterns for state ceremonies and individual consultations, helping determine the best timing for warfare, marriage, construction projects, long-distance travel, and other significant events. Each yearly calendar featured specific ceremonial observations focused on different deities and agricultural needs, matching the seasonal conditions. For instance, Elel Kowano, which corresponds to February-March in the Western calendar, honored Tlaloc and other water deities. At the end of the dry season, children were presented on mountain tops to encourage rainfall for the upcoming planting season. Toxcatl celebrated their time through the offering of a handsome young man who had lived for a year as the impersonator of the deities. The Leslie honored harvest season through elaborate ceremonies that included ritual races, gladiatorial combat, and heart extraction. These state-sponsored observances involved carefully choreographed performances with music, dance, elaborate costumes, and precisely timed ritual actions. Professional religious specialists trained for years to perform their roles correctly, while noble participants practiced for months before major ceremonies. Any mistakes in these rituals were seen as bad omens, potentially inviting divine displeasure, with historical records showing that ceremonial errors often preceded military defeats or natural disasters interpreted as supernatural punishment. Blood held a vital role in this ceremonial system, regarded as the most precious offering to the divine. The indigenous peoples viewed blood as a direct link to the primordial sacrifice that created and sustains the world, much like how supernatural powers poured out their essence to set the sun in motion. With the dawn of the fifth sun, humans took on the responsibility of continuing this essential nourishment through their own blood offerings. Self-sacrifice became the most common form of offering across all social classes, using materials like maguey thorns, stingray spines, or obsidian blades. People would pierce their earlobes, tongues, or even genitals, collecting the blood on bark paper, which they would then burn to send their offerings to the divine. The pain wasn't seen as punishment. Instead, it was viewed as a meaningful way to participate in cosmic maintenance, linking human experiences directly to divine actions. One ritual text beautifully described blood as precious water, highlighting its connection to the most valued substances in Mesoamerican culture, like jade and quetzal feathers. This perspective turned blood from just a biological fluid into a sacred substance, capable of bridging the human and divine realms. The visual and conceptual links between blood and water created a parallel understanding. Bloodletting was seen as a way to encourage rainfall, with human offerings prompting divine responses that would lead to agricultural fertility. Heart extraction was the most dramatic aspect of Nahua ritual practice, building on earlier Mesoamerican traditions, but reaching unprecedented levels of scale and elaboration under the sponsorship of the Triple Alliance. This intricate procedure involved precise ceremonial movements, culminating in the removal of a still-beating heart from a living participant, carried out by specialized priests using obsidian knives. The heart, seen as holding a divine spark, would be offered in stone vessels before further ritual treatment of the body. The individuals chosen for heart offerings varied based on the ceremonial context. War captives were primarily selected for solar warrior deities like Huitzilopochtli upon their capture, completing the cosmic battle narrative established in mythology. Enslaved individuals also made up a significant portion of offerings, especially those possessing specific physical traits or talents suited to particular deities. Occasionally, volunteers would step forward for ceremonies, promising unique afterlife experiences. However, these instances were exceptional rather than the norm. Contrary to European accounts that focus solely on the moment of heart extraction, indigenous sacrificial practices involved extensive preparation and treatment of those chosen. Many underwent months of purification, training, and ceremonial preparation, embodying the deity they would ultimately nourish through their sacrifice. This transformation shifted the act from mere elimination to sacred transformation, with the essence of the offered individual merging with the divine power they temporarily embodied. Young children presented to Tlaloc and other water deities received particularly careful preparation and special ceremonial treatment. The tears they shed during the procession to mountain shrines were viewed as precious precursors to rainfall, encouraging the gods to respond. These children weren't seen as victims in the modern sense. Instead, they were essential participants in agricultural renewal, their essence transforming into life-giving rain. Archaeological evidence supports these practices, revealing remains of children at mountain shrines and underwater offering sites beyond mere blood offerings. Native rituals included a variety of elements, creating multi-sensory ceremonial experiences. The use of copal incense filled the air with distinctive aromas believed to attract divine attention and promote purification. Elaborate floral arrangements symbolized beauty, transience, and spiritual elevation. Music played on drums, flutes, and rattles established rhythmic patterns that connected human ceremonies to cosmic vibrations. Dance performances brought mythological narratives to life through carefully choreographed movements. Together, these elements crafted immersive ceremonial environments, engaging all participants regardless of their specific roles. Managing this elaborate ceremonial system required extensive institutional support and specialized knowledge. Professional religious officiants maintained unique appearances, with matted hair caked in blood, black-painted bodies, and specific regalia that identified their divine connections. Training began in childhood at specialized schools where noble youths learned proper ritual procedures, time calculations, and mythological frameworks. Temple complexes throughout the region housed both permanent ritual specialists and the necessary infrastructure for proper ceremonial observance. Household practices complemented these state-sponsored ceremonies, creating daily and seasonal observances tailored to family circumstances. Birth, naming, marriage, and funeral ceremonies followed established patterns that linked individual life transitions to broader cosmic processes. Household shrines received regular offerings, with family members performing smaller-scale versions of temple rituals adapted for home settings. These practices embedded a sense of ceremonial awareness into everyday life, rather than limiting it to special occasions or locations. Occupational groups also maintained their own unique ritual traditions, honoring patron deities tied to their specific activities. Merchants held elaborate ceremonies before trading journeys, offering special gifts to the supernatural powers for protection during travel. Craftspeople honored transformation deities relevant to their creative processes, while farmers performed ceremonies at every agricultural stage, from soil preparation to harvest, acknowledging the divine forces influencing food production. The sacred ball game represented another distinctive ritual activity, blending athletic competition with cosmic symbolism. Played on courts shaped like ice with a solid rubber ball, the game reenacted celestial movements and mythological battles between cosmic forces. The court's orientation aligned with astronomical events, while the ball's movement symbolized solar and stellar trajectories. In some contexts, The game even included sacrificial outcomes for participants, although these were exceptional rather than standard practice. Community identity found powerful expression through local festival traditions centered around relationships with patron deities, with each city-state maintaining special connections with particular divine forces. The new fire ceremony, marking the completion of each 52-year calendar cycle, stood out as one of the most dramatic indigenous rituals. As the two calendar cycles prepared to realign, anxiety grew about whether the world would continue or face destruction. All flames in the region were extinguished, plunging the area into darkness as people destroyed household items, fasted, and observed ritual restrictions. Ceremonial specialists would watch the Pleiades pass overhead at midnight, confirming cosmic continuity through their movement. A sacrificial participant then provided the chest cavity where a new sacred fire was ignited. Using friction sticks, runners would carry this flame throughout the region to relight household and temple fires, prompting much rejoicing among the people, who knew that another cycle was about to begin. This dramatic ritual perfectly captured the native understanding that cosmic continuity required human participation in the ceremonies, embodying the existential vulnerability that came with the darkness preceding renewal. The carefully managed ceremony demonstrated the community's capability to maintain universal order through appropriate ritual actions, providing both a practical calendar for agricultural planning and meaningful involvement in cosmic processes. The regular flow of monthly celebrations created a familiar annual rhythm, integrating seasonal changes, agricultural needs, and theological understanding, even for those not directly involved in major state ceremonies. Community members experienced these events through public processions, distinctive sounds, and temporary market activities tied to specific festivals, embedding a sense of cosmic awareness into everyday life rather than separating the sacred from the secular. Occupational groups had their own unique rituals to honor the patron deities linked to their specific trades. Merchants held elaborate ceremonies before embarking on trading journeys, making special offerings to supernatural powers for protection during their travels. Craftspeople paid tribute to transformation deities that inspired their creative processes. Farmers conducted rituals at every stage of agriculture, from preparing the soil to harvesting, acknowledging the divine forces that influenced each part of food production. A sacred ball game was another standout ritual, blending athletic competition with cosmic symbolism. Played on courts shaped like ice, participants propelled a solid rubber ball, primarily with their hips and thighs. The game reenacted celestial movements and mythological battles between cosmic forces, with the court's orientation aligning with astronomical events. The ball's movements symbolized solar and stellar paths. In some cases, the game even had sacrificial outcomes for the players, but these were rare rather than the norm. Community identity found a powerful outlet through local festivals centered on relationships with patron deities. Each city-state within the broader regional system had its own special connections with particular divine forces, celebrating them through unique ceremonies that reflected local history and concerns. When the Triple Alliance brought in new territories, They usually allowed these local customs to coexist with their own imperial practices, creating a rich tapestry of traditions that respected community heritage while establishing a larger political and religious framework. The new fire ceremony, marking the end of each 52-year calendar cycle, was one of the most dramatic indigenous rituals. As the two calendar cycles prepared to realign, anxiety filled the air. Would the world continue, or would it face destruction? All flames across the region were extinguished, plunging everyone into darkness as people destroyed household items, fasted, and observed strict ritual restrictions. Ceremonial specialists watched the Pleiades pass overhead at midnight, confirming cosmic continuity through their movement. A sacrificial participant then provided the chest cavity where the new sacred fire was lit. Runners used friction sticks to carry this flame throughout the region, relighting household and temple fires. When the fire was given to the people, there was much rejoicing, one account records. They knew another cycle was about to begin. This dramatic ritual perfectly captured the native belief that cosmic continuity required human participation in ceremonies, especially during the dark and uncertain times before renewal. It embodied existential vulnerability. The carefully managed ceremony showcased how humans could maintain universal order through appropriate rituals. For everyday folks, the ceremonial system offered a practical calendar for agricultural planning and meaningful participation in cosmic processes. The regular flow of monthly celebrations created a familiar rhythm, tying together seasonal changes, agricultural needs, and theological understanding, even for those not directly involved in major state ceremonies. Community members experienced these events through public processions, unique sounds, and temporary market activities tied to specific festivals. This blend of experiences embedded a sense of cosmic awareness into daily life, rather than keeping the sacred and secular separate. The upheaval of the ceremonial system during the Spanish conquest caused deep disorientation that went beyond just political defeat. When conquerors destroyed temple complexes, killed ritual specialists, and banned ceremonial practices, they dismantled not just religious customs, but the entire framework that organized time, community identity, and cosmic relationships. Some practices continued secretly or morphed to include Christian elements, but the integrated ceremonial system that had structured indigenous life faced irreparable fragmentation. The sophisticated calendar calculations underlying these rituals reveal remarkable mathematical and astronomical achievements, often overshadowed by the focus on blood sacrifice. Ceremonial specialists tracked Venus cycles, predicted eclipses, and reconciled solar and lunar movements with impressive accuracy. Their mathematical system, based on base 20 calculations and sophisticated positional notation, allowed for precise long-term projections necessary for maintaining ceremonial timing across generations. These practical accomplishments show that indigenous rituals were based on substantial empirical observation rather than arbitrary traditions. Archaeological evidence backs up the impressive material infrastructure supporting this ceremonial system. Excavations at the Templo and other sacred sites have uncovered elaborate offering caches, filled with carefully arranged objects symbolizing cosmic principles. There were specialized structures for housing ritual specialists, preparing ceremonial participants, and storing necessary equipment, all surrounding major temples. The extensive tribute system documented in imperial records shows significant resources dedicated to obtaining materials needed for proper ceremonial observance. This highlights a substantial economic investment in ritual maintenance. The central Mexican ceremonial system represented far more than mere superstition or a political control mechanism. Their sophisticated ritual framework intertwined astronomical observation, agricultural needs, mythological connections, and community identity into a comprehensive approach to cosmic maintenance through precisely timed blood offerings and elaborate ceremonies. They viewed themselves as essential participants in universal processes, not just passive recipients of divine favor. This perspective fostered a unique religious consciousness centered on reciprocal obligation instead of mere supplication, positioning humans as vital contributors to cosmic continuity rather than passive worshippers of independent divine powers. Among the most unique ritual practices of ancient Mesoamerica is the sacred ball game, known in Nahuatl as Olomolistli. This was so much more than just a sport. It was a blend of athletic competition, religious ceremony, political negotiation, and cosmic symbolism, creating a vibrant cultural institution for the indigenous peoples of central Mexico. They inherited this rich tradition from earlier civilizations, and the ball game was a way to connect with their prestigious ancestry while participating in universal processes that kept divine order in check. The game was played in specially designed courts shaped like eyes, built throughout the region. Archaeologists have found over 1,500 ball courts scattered across Mesoamerica, from simple dirt playing areas in small communities to grand stone courts with towering walls, intricate carvings, and temple structures in major centers. The eye shape created a narrow central alley flanked by wider end zones, defining the play area. Players propelled a solid rubber ball ranging in size from a softball to a basketball, primarily using their hips and thighs instead of hands or feet. They wore protective gear, like thick padded belts and knee guards, and sometimes even stone palm protectors for handling the ball. The main goal? Keep the ball moving and direct it towards specific scoring zones, though the rules could change depending on the region and time period. One poetic description puts it perfectly. The ball is round. The ball has movement. The court has boundaries. The court has direction. This simple observation packs a punch with deep theological meaning. The moving ball symbolized celestial bodies, while the court represented ordered universal space. Many courts were aligned east-west, reinforcing the connection to the sun's daily journey. The rubber ball, made from latex harvested from the indigenous Castella elastica tree, was seen as sacred due to its unpredictable bouncing, hinting at supernatural forces at play. The roots of this practice are found in various Mesoamerican myths, especially in the Maya text, the Popol Vuh, which tells tales of underworld ball game contests between hero twins and death deities. Central Mexican accounts may not delve as deeply into game mythology, but archaeological evidence shows a consistent understanding of court symbolism. Ball courts acted as liminal spaces, thresholds between realms where controlled conflict could mediate between opposing teams. The central alley symbolized the Earth's surface, while the sloped or vertical walls represented transitions to upper and lower spiritual realms. Within this framework, the ball's movement mirrored universal processes: the sun's daily path, the moon's phases, the transitions of Venus, or souls moving between life and death. The specialized gear transformed players from ordinary folks into conduits for celestial forces, making their movements an enactment of divine patterns, not just displays of athletic skill. Beyond the spiritual aspects, the ball game also played crucial social and political roles. Matches between different communities or political entities provided a controlled way to work through tensions that could otherwise lead to open warfare. The significant betting that accompanied major games helped redistribute wealth through peaceful means and fostered a shared investment in competition. The public spectacle of these important matches strengthened community bonds and showcased the elite's ties to their prestigious ancestral traditions. Find Resolution notes one account highlighting the game's role in conflict management. Historical records show that territorial disputes, tribute disagreements, and succession questions sometimes found partial resolution through the outcomes of ball games without resorting to military action. These ceremonial contests created alternative pathways for addressing conflicts, turning potentially divisive competition into socially constructive interactions. The link between the ball game and sacrifice shows up pretty consistently in archaeological and historical records. But there are some important details that often get missed in popular stories. It's not true that all losing players were routinely sacrificed, as some modern media might suggest. In fact, most games wrapped up without any human offerings at all. Yet, there were certain ceremonial occasions, like those that recreated mythological events or marked significant calendar changes, where specific participants did face sacrificial outcomes. These instances were more like special exceptions, not the norm for sacrificial acts. The ball game created a meaningful framework that turned death from just being about elimination into something more spiritual. Players in these ceremonial matches were aware of the possible outcomes before they took part, and those chosen for sacrifice often enjoyed a special status, complete with elaborate preparations and unique afterlife destinations. The vertical stone rings found on some ball court walls played a key role in these sacrificial settings. Making successful shots through these tricky targets could influence who was selected for sacrifice or offer alternatives to the expected outcomes. The rubber ball itself had deep symbolic ties to heart sacrifice. Its round shape and bouncing movements suggested life and animation in various contexts. The ball represented the human heart as it moved across the court, mirroring the sun's journey, which was nourished by sacrificial offerings. This connection is visually represented in some monuments, where you can see decapitated players with 7 serpents symbolizing blood spraying from their necks, transforming the defeated player into a source of fertility, much like sacrificial victims on temple platforms. Evidence of the ball game's significance is everywhere in visual art, architecture, and material culture. Ceramic models of ball courts, complete with tiny players, show just how important the game was in their culture. Stone yokes, palmers, and hutches with elaborately dressed ball players have survived as ceremonial versions of real playing gear. The consistent placement of ball courts near major temple complexes throughout the region highlights the game's religious importance, rather than just being a fun pastime. While the ball game was mostly an elite male activity in its most formal forms, it allowed for broader participation in various ways. Kids played simpler versions as both fun and practice for potential future ceremonial roles. There's also evidence that women took part in certain contexts, especially in games linked to fertility deities or agricultural cycles. Community festivals often included ball game exhibitions with different levels of formality, giving more people a chance to join in compared to the more serious matches reserved for specially trained players. Training for competitive ball play kicked off in childhood for those chosen for this special role. Young men from noble families, showing talent, got lessons in both the technical skills and the ritual significance of the game. The physical demands of propelling a heavy rubber ball using mainly hip and thigh contact, while avoiding injury, required lots of practice and conditioning. These training programs helped players grasp the symbolic meanings behind what seemed like just an athletic activity, preparing them to embody divine forces rather than just being competitors. This ancient tradition dates back long before the post-classical period, with archaeological finds showing forms of ritual ball play going back to at least 1700 BC. In earlier Mesoamerican cultures, the continuity of this practice over thousands of years and across various regions proves its deep significance and adaptability. Later Central Mexican contributions blended this ancestral tradition into their own religious beliefs while keeping a link to its historical prestige. When Spanish conquistadors first stumbled upon the Mesoamerican ball game, they were both fascinated and a bit judgmental. Diaz del Castillo admired Moctezuma's skills as a player, while others highlighted the game's sacrificial links to justify their efforts to suppress it. The rubber ball, which was a total novelty in Europe, really caught their attention. They even sent samples back to Spain, where its bouncy nature seemed downright magical to those who had never encountered natural latex before. Even though the colonial powers tried to ban the game, it didn't just vanish. Variations of it still popped up in remote areas, and you can find some of those versions played in northern Mexico today. Exciting new archaeological digs are shedding light on these ancient games. For instance, excavations at the Templo have revealed offering caches filled with tiny ball court models and player figurines, showing a clear link between temple sacrifices and the ball game's symbolism. Some ball courts even have special acoustic features, hinting that sound played a big role in the ceremonies. The impact of the ball created unique resonance patterns, adding to the ritual vibe. The legacy of the Mesoamerican ball game isn't just a thing of the past, it still influences modern culture. Ulema players in western Mexico keep this ancient tradition alive, while artists and writers find inspiration in its rich symbolism. This ball game was one of the coolest and most complex cultural achievements of ancient Mesoamerica. It tackled everything from spiritual beliefs to social rules, political dealings, and athletic prowess, all wrapped up in one awesome package. For these ancient folks, the game was a mini version of their bigger religious views, showing the importance of cycles, the push and pull of opposing forces, and how competition fit into their sacred rituals. It was like a divine drama playing out on the court, where every move echoed the sacred patterns established at the dawn of their world. The impressive rise of central Mexico's dominant culture, going from marginalized newcomers to a regional powerhouse in just over a century, wasn't just about military strength. It was built on a sophisticated belief system that turned warfare into a sacred duty instead of just a way to grab land. Their rich mythology not only motivated, but also justified their imperial ambitions, creating unique patterns of conflict that stood apart from European conquest models. This blend of religious beliefs and political expansion formed an imperialism deeply rooted in the idea of maintaining cosmic order rather than just human desires. At the core of this belief system was Silla, the tribal patron deity, who was elevated to cosmic importance as the blue test-cut lip in the divine hierarchy. His story framed warfare as a sacred necessity, not just a human endeavor. He was born ready for battle against his sister, coiled sulky, and the star deities threatening his mother. Silla represented the martial energy needed to uphold divine order against chaos. The daily defeat of stars by the rising sun served as a visible reminder of this celestial pattern, where human warfare was seen as part of a divine tradition. Silla demanded hearts and blood, proclaiming, "The sun requires nourishment." This understanding turned warfare from a struggle for resources into a sacred duty to feed the divine powers that sustain the world. Without regular sacrifices, primarily obtained through military conflict, the sun could weaken in its fight against darkness, risking the collapse of the fifth sun and universal destruction. This spiritual framework made ordinary military actions crucial for maintaining existence itself. The unique practice of flowery wars came straight from this religious vibe. Instead of the usual warfare focused on grabbing land, these ritual battles were all about capturing sacrificial victims, not territory or tribute. They were organized with set times and places for combat, where warriors aimed to take prisoners instead of killing their foes. These captives became essential offerings for big religious ceremonies, and also helped train soldiers in a controlled environment. The language around these conflicts showed their sacred nature, with captives referred to as precious eagle cactus fruit. This wasn't just about defeating enemies. It highlighted their new role as sacred offerings. Warriors even called the battlefield the place of mist, hinting at a space where everyday reality blurred into divine patterns. Military success brought titles rich in religious meaning, making warriors not just fighters, but spiritual specialists doing sacred work. This deep belief that warfare was divine nourishment, not just a means to an end, shaped their approach to expanding their empire. Unlike European powers that were all about land control and resource grabbing, this indigenous system focused on collecting tribute, securing sacrifices, and asserting religious dominance, often leaving local governments intact under imperial guidance. They understood that keeping the universe in balance needed specific offerings, rather than a complete cultural takeover or territorial domination. One military text put it simply: "War opens the road to the sun." This mindset turned imperial expansion from a mere political goal into a religious obligation, paving the way for growth that prioritized building tributary ties and ceremonial power over outright colonization. Conquered lands kept a lot of their local independence as long as they paid tribute, acknowledged religious authority, and joined in imperial ceremonies. This setup cut down on administrative costs while satisfying the core religious drive for expansion. The warrior societies, known as Eagle and Jaguar Knights, operated as both military groups and religious brotherhoods with special ritual roles. Members went through tough training in combat skills and theological knowledge, learning to see their fighting as part of a spiritual journey rather than just practical tasks. Their flashy regalia turned them into earthly representations of celestial and underworld powers, visually merging their military and religious identities. To join these elite groups, warriors had to prove themselves in specific battles, focusing on capturing live opponents instead of just killing them. This focus on taking prisoners for sacrifice instead of racking up enemy casualties led to unique tactical styles that favored controlled combat over mass killings. Warriors learned techniques to immobilize foes without causing serious harm, ensuring they were in good shape for later rituals. This need for live captives really shaped military practices, leading to fighting styles that emphasized selective incapacitation rather than sheer fatalities. Archaeological findings back up the idea that military and religious elements were deeply intertwined in central Mexican society. Temples were filled with warrior imagery, featuring intricate sculptures of eagles and jaguars devouring human hearts. Offerings buried within temple platforms often included military gear, alongside more traditional religious items, showcasing the blend of martial and sacred realms. The layout of Tenochtitlan itself placed military training spots right next to major temples, clearly showing how these functions were connected. Nobles had close ties to this warrior religious framework. Young nobles got specialized military training in temple schools, learning combat skills and the mythological context needed to understand their roles. Even adult nobles stayed involved in combat, actively participating in military campaigns instead of just overseeing them. This connection helped prevent a divide between political leadership and divine service, which could easily happen in complex empires. For warriors who fell in battle or were sacrificed, the afterlife promised them a special place in the House of the Sun. Here, they would accompany the sun on its daily journey across the sky, eventually returning as hummingbirds or butterflies. This powerful promise provided motivation that went beyond social recognition. This exclusive paradise was reserved for those who died in spiritually significant ways, turning battlefield danger into a chance for a transcendent destiny not available through ordinary means. This motivation went beyond simple patriotism or material gain, inspiring warriors to take extraordinary risks for sacred causes. This mythological view changed how they saw imperial expansion, turning it from mere subjugation into a way to help maintain universal balance. The processions of captured warriors through the streets of Tenochtitlan before major ceremonies served as a visible reminder that celestial duties were being fulfilled, helping prevent catastrophic disruptions of the fifth sun. The tax burden for military campaigns found justification through this divine necessity, rather than just funding elite ambitions. The grand temple complex built from tribute resources offered clear proof of well-maintained sacred relationships. The mythological backing for warfare really shaped how diplomacy and international relations played out. Imperial emissaries would approach newly encountered territories, offering them a chance to recognize religious supremacy and provide the right tribute voluntarily before any military action had to happen. These diplomatic efforts often came with detailed explanations of divine responsibilities that required specific tribute arrangements, making potential conquest feel more like a spiritual necessity than just imperial ambition. If a territory resisted these arrangements, it was seen as opposing universal order rather than simply asserting political independence. One account explains military action against a resistant community by stating, "They refused the gods, and they rejected the sacred obligation." This kind of framing turned imperial aggression from a choice into a spiritual duty, giving military participants psychological reinforcement while justifying harsh treatment for those who resisted. This religious framework not only fueled expansion, but also set limits on imperial demands, ensuring they stayed connected to genuine sacred needs rather than just exploitative extraction. You could really see this mythological framework in action through the grand ceremonial complexes built across the empire. Take the Templo Mayor in Tenochtitlan, for instance, with its dual shrines to Huitzilopochtli, Apocalypse, and Tlaloc. It physically represented the two pillars of imperial power: military conquest and agricultural fertility. The massive relief at the temple base, showing Huitzilopochtli's apocalypse dismembering his sister, served as a constant reminder of the divine battle pattern that human warfare continued when sacrificial victims' hearts were extracted and their bodies rolled down the temple stairs. This reenactment of mythological precedent made imperial expansion carry spiritual significance, especially with its directional symbolism. The indigenous view of space linked cardinal directions to specific colors, elements, and divine powers, giving special meaning to territorial growth in various directions. For instance, southern conquests were particularly important for Huitzil epoch worship, as that direction was associated with the blue test kettle, while eastern expansion connected to the rising sun. The western territories had feminine divine associations, and this directional symbolism influenced both strategic priorities and tributary arrangements with conquered regions. The imperial system hit its biggest challenge when it came up against the Tarasque Empire to the west. Their advanced metallurgy and unique religious system created military parity, something Central Mexican forces had never faced before. This unexpected situation called for a theological adjustment, as the sacred framework hadn't prepared them for permanent limits on their divinely mandated expansion. The resulting shift in focus to other directions, while still maintaining ritual hostility toward Tarash, showed both the flexibility and constraints of mythologically justified imperialism. When the Spanish conquistadors arrived on the eastern coast in 1519, indigenous leaders initially interpreted their presence through existing mythological frameworks instead of recognizing the unprecedented threat they posed. Moctezuma's complex response reflected genuine theological confusion, not just political indecision, as conflicting mythological interpretations suggested different ways to deal with these strange newcomers. This strategic paralysis significantly contributed to the imperial collapse, showcasing both the strengths and weaknesses of myth-based political systems. When faced with entirely new challenges, the mythological aspects of this imperialism created unique colonial patterns that can still be seen in archaeological evidence throughout central Mexico. Unlike colonial systems focused on resource extraction or settlement expansion, indigenous imperial architecture emphasized ceremonial structures that showcased religious dominance rather than administrative facilities for direct governance. Conquered communities kept a lot of their cultural autonomy as long as they participated in imperial religious frameworks and paid their tribute, leading to diverse territories instead of uniform colonial possessions. This method of empire building showed a sophisticated understanding of both practical governance limitations and divine necessities. By focusing imperial demands on specific religious requirements rather than comprehensive cultural transformation, Central Mexican powers established sustainable tributary relationships that required minimal administrative oversight. The spiritual framework provided motivation for expansion, justification for tribute demands, and psychological rewards for participants, creating a remarkably effective imperial system. Even though the conquered peoples had limited technological advantages over neighboring states, the religious framework offered them partial integration options without needing to abandon their entire culture. Local deities could be linked to aspects of the central Mexican divine hierarchy, fostering relationships that acknowledged imperial dominance while still preserving indigenous traditions. Community leaders could gain prestige by participating in imperial ceremonies while maintaining their local authority roles. These pathways for accommodation made it easier for the empire to grow while reducing resistance costs that might otherwise outweigh the benefits of tribute. The specific mythological framework behind this imperialism helps explain both its rapid success and its vulnerability to unexpected challenges. By turning warfare from an optional policy choice into a cosmic necessity, this religious understanding created extraordinary motivation and social cohesion around imperial expansion. At the same time, the patterns established through mythological precedent created blind spots when faced with completely new situations that lacked clear divine parallels. The resulting system proved effective within expected parameters, but struggled to adapt to unforeseen developments. The mythological aspects of imperial ideology didn't just justify actions for the elite. They also directly impacted the experiences of everyday people. Regular citizens took part in victory celebrations, witnessed captive processions, contributed labor for temple construction, and attended sacrificial ceremonies that visibly demonstrated the maintenance of the universe through imperial success. Unlike colonial systems, where ordinary folks might see imperial activities as distant elite concerns, this indigenous framework connected commoner religious understanding with imperial expansion, building broad support for military actions justified through shared spiritual beliefs. This mythologically grounded approach to warfare and empire building created one of history's most distinctive imperial systems, neither just a pragmatic power grab nor simple religious fanaticism. This framework cleverly integrated practical governance with spiritual understanding, addressing both material and metaphysical needs. Their approach showed remarkable effectiveness within the cultural parameters established over centuries of Mesoamerican development, leading to unique patterns of conquest, tribute, and governance that were deeply rooted in religious understanding rather than merely using it as a secondary justification. The quick fall of the central Mexican Empire after the Spanish arrived is one of the most dramatic shifts in history, turning a powerful region into conquered land in just 2 years. While we often hear about military, technological, and disease factors in these stories, this incredible change also had deep spiritual roots that shaped how both the indigenous people and the Spanish reacted. The mix of prophecy, timing, and religious beliefs created a situation where myths really influenced what happened. When Hernán Cortés and his crew landed on the Gulf Coast in April 1519, the date was packed with meaning in the indigenous calendar. The year, linked to the feathered serpent deity, Quetzalcoatl, had strong ties to the idea of a prophetic return. This connection between Quetzalcoatl and the famous Toltec ruler created a framework that deeply affected how the locals viewed these bearded newcomers from the east. Before the Spaniards showed up, there were 8 omens recorded in indigenous accounts. These signs, spotted in the decade leading up to the Spanish arrival, included strange celestial events, temple fires, eerie night sounds, and even bizarre two-headed creatures. Some of these might have been exaggerated after the conquest. We know that Moctezuma, the ruler, had special diviners to interpret odd happenings, and had worried about threats to his empire long before the Spanish appeared. The idea that these newcomers could be the prophesied return of Quetzalcoatl stirred up real confusion, not just political uncertainty. Descriptions of Quetzalcoatl painted him as lighter-skinned and with facial hair, which was unusual for Mesoamericans. His foretold return from the east matched uncomfortably with the arrival of the Spanish. If these strangers were indeed divine beings, responding to them would need careful spiritual thought, not just a military reaction. Moctezuma's initial strategy of sending lavish gifts to the Spanish while trying to keep them away from Tenochtitlan really showed his uncertainty about the situation. It wasn't just about diplomatic moves. The specific items he chose for these offerings, gold discs that represented the sun, special ritual ornaments, and items linked to certain deities, were more than just impressive gifts. They were a way of acknowledging the potential divine status of the newcomers. This method fit right in with traditional practices for dealing with uncertain supernatural events, blending respectful acknowledgement with a cautious distance until he could figure things out more clearly. When Moctezuma finally met Cortés in Tenochtitlan, he reportedly asked, "Are you he who was foretold?" He added, "I have kept the throne merely as your steward." While this might have been embellished in Spanish accounts, it shows a genuine theological concern. He was considering all possibilities, not just playing diplomatic games. If these newcomers were indeed Quetzalcoatl returning, then resisting them would be seen as a spiritual misstep rather than a valid defense. This kind of religious uncertainty created a kind of paralysis at a time when a strong response could have made a real difference. The timing of the Spanish arrival also added to the confusion. According to indigenous calculations, the Fifth Sun Age had been going on since around 3114 BC and was possibly nearing its predicted end. Various prophetic traditions suggested that major changes happened when calendar cycles wrapped up, with the most recent new fire ceremony having taken place just a few decades earlier in 1507. This connection to divine cycles made the indigenous people particularly sensitive to any signs of major world changes, which coincided with the arrival of the Spanish. Cortés and his crew, even though they didn't fully grasp indigenous theology, picked up on and took advantage of the religious uncertainty around them. Spanish accounts highlight moments where the conquistadors aligned themselves with local expectations, presenting themselves as fulfillments of prophecies instead of just foreign invaders. Their alliance with Tlaxcala and other enemies of the Triple Alliance exploited these theological vulnerabilities, showing that familiar entities within the Mesoamerican world were being rejected. By destroying visible religious symbols and replacing them with Christian alternatives, the Spanish didn't just show religious zeal. They were asserting their dominance. They removed deity images from temples and put up crosses and statues of Mary, directly challenging the sacred framework that had supported the empire's legitimacy. These actions targeted the very foundations of indigenous religious understanding, creating clear evidence of divine abandonment that undermined resistance more effectively than any military defeat. The Noche Triste, or Sad Night, on June 30th, 1520, when indigenous forces temporarily pushed the Spanish out of Tenochtitlan, marked a brief moment of clarity. It overcame the earlier confusion, especially under the leadership of those who replaced the imprisoned Moctezuma. The people rejected the idea of the Spanish as divine beings and recognized them as human threats to their sacred order. This shift in theology allowed for a coordinated resistance that almost wiped out the Spanish expedition, showing how religious interpretation had real military consequences. The subsequent Spanish reconquest was heavily influenced by the devastating smallpox epidemic that swept through Tenochtitlan during the siege, killing many, including key leaders. Beyond the obvious demographic toll, this disease carried deep theological implications, suggesting divine abandonment and shaking confidence in traditional religious beliefs. At the most critical moment, the failure of established rituals to combat this catastrophic illness hinted that spiritual support had shifted toward the newcomers, creating psychological effects that went beyond just weakening defensive capabilities. For many indigenous communities watching these events unfold, decisions about whether to resist or accommodate the Spanish were deeply tied to their spiritual beliefs. It was a lot less about military strategy and more about theology. Communities that accepted Spanish baptism while adapting their traditional beliefs to fit Christian frameworks found a sacred reason to accommodate. Those who held on to their traditional practices despite Spanish pressure based their resistance on spiritual grounds rather than just political independence. These varied responses showed a sophisticated effort to maintain their cosmological beliefs amid unprecedented disruption, rather than simply trying to survive. After the Spanish victory, the rapid physical changes to sacred geography reflected the understanding that theological dominance needed to be visible. Churches were built right on top of temple platforms, sometimes using stones from the dismantled sacred structures. This created clear evidence of a spiritual transition rather than just an architectural choice. The systematic targeting of codices, ritual objects, and other religious items during the early colonial period aimed to eliminate the material anchors of traditional beliefs, forcing a reorientation of their theology by removing physical reminders. These coordinated efforts didn't erase indigenous religious understanding. Instead, they adapted. Christian saints were sometimes identified with traditional deities based on shared traits or functions. Catholic rituals were aligned with existing ceremonial cycles when possible, creating a sense of continuity beneath the surface of replacement. Native communities maintained their traditional cosmological understanding through reinterpretation, adapting their beliefs to fit new realities while keeping core principles about their relationships with divine forces intact. Despite all these efforts, bits of indigenous religious understanding stuck around through various adaptations. Christian saints were often linked to traditional deities based on shared traits or roles. Catholic rituals were lined up with existing ceremonial cycles whenever possible, creating a sense of continuity beneath the surface of change. Native communities held on to their traditional cosmological views by reinterpreting rather than just preserving them. They adapted their beliefs to fit new realities while keeping core principles about their relationships with divine forces intact. The ideas of cyclical time and cosmic ages really stuck with them, shaping how they saw the Spanish conquest as a transitional phase instead of a complete end. Just like past world ages had ended through dramatic transformations before new beginnings emerged, they believed the current upheaval could be seen as a similar pattern, not just a final destruction. This mindset provided some psychological strength during tough times, suggesting that their suffering was part of a bigger spiritual process, not just random chaos. For Spanish religious leaders trying to establish Christianity, these enduring indigenous beliefs posed significant challenges. Native catechists and religious specialists crafted clever syncretic interpretations that kept traditional cosmological views alive beneath what looked like Christian practices. Early colonial documents show these complex theological negotiations instead of simple replacements, as indigenous communities picked and chose Christian elements that resonated with their existing beliefs while reinterpreting others to keep their spiritual balance. The prophetic traditions around Quetzalcoatl's return had their own ambiguities, which influenced these interpretations. Some stories painted the returning deity as a bringer of positive change, while others hinted at potential chaos. This mix of prophecy created flexibility in how they responded initially, later allowing for a blend of old and new beliefs. Archaeological finds from early colonial times show how people navigated their beliefs during that period. Religious items were carefully buried instead of just tossed aside. You see, there were hybrid artifacts that blended Christian and indigenous features, and even architectural elements that kept traditional sacred meanings alive within what looked like European structures. This shows that they were actively negotiating their beliefs rather than just accepting what was imposed on them. Today, indigenous communities across Mexico still embody these negotiations in their religious practices, keeping their core beliefs intact, even within a mostly Catholic framework. Take the Day of the Dead, or Dia de los Muertos, for example. It's celebrated worldwide as a quintessentially Mexican holiday and is a vivid example of how indigenous understanding persists. While it seems to align with Catholic All Saints and All Souls days, the unique practices like elaborate offerings, marigold pathways, and temporary altars reflect a traditional view of time and a strong connection with ancestors. These enduring traditions highlight the incredible resilience of core beliefs, even after centuries of pushback. The fall of the empire was more than just a military defeat or a simple transfer of power. It involved complex theological changes, prophetic interpretations, and religious adaptations that shaped how people responded and how cultures evolved over time. Indigenous communities faced unprecedented challenges, but showed remarkable creativity in maintaining their spiritual connections. This spiritual aspect helps explain why the empire fell so quickly and why core cultural elements have persisted despite ongoing opposition. The uncertainty around the arrival of the Spanish created moments where coordinated resistance could have been effective. Yet, the deep-rooted sacred understanding in indigenous culture provided a way to make sense of even the most chaotic disruptions, allowing cultural continuity to thrive beneath the surface. These theological insights are crucial for understanding this significant historical shift, going beyond just military or technological factors. Culinary traditions across Mexico really showcase the deep connection to ancient heritage, especially when it comes to corn preparation techniques. Think about it: ingredients like chocolate and chili peppers, along with flavor combos that have been crafted over centuries, truly define Mexican cuisine. Even with all the outside influences, the rituals tied to food prep and eating often hold on to those pre-conquest vibes, reminding us of our proper relationship with the sources of our sustenance. Now, take a look at the Mexico City Metropolitan Cathedral. It's built right on top of the sacred precinct of Tenochtitlan, using stones from temples that were torn down. This setup perfectly symbolizes the complex layers of indigenous legacy that lie beneath this grand colonial structure. Just like the excavated remains of the Templo Mayor, which you can now see through archaeological windows. This physical contrast reflects the cultural reality throughout Mexico. Indigenous wisdom still lingers beneath the surface, sometimes revealed through careful exploration, but never fully erased. Despite centuries of systematic efforts to overshadow it, this enduring legacy goes beyond just historical interest. It offers valuable insights into today's challenges. The deep understanding of how humans fit into natural systems provides alternatives to the extractive methods that are fueling our ecological crisis. Recognizing the need for balance between opposing forces can guide societies grappling with increasing polarization. And remember, beneath the surface of stability, there are always seeds of transformation. The ancient wisdom of Mesoamerica continues to resonate, adapting to modern circumstances while addressing timeless questions about our relationship with nature and the balance between community and individuality. In rural Mexico, agricultural practices reflect this same traditional wisdom, blending seamlessly with practical techniques. For instance, corn cultivation isn't just about growing food. It's infused with rituals that honor the divine presence within this vital crop that sustains human life. The traditional milpa system, which combines corn, beans, and squash in a sustainable way, isn't just an effective farming method. It embodies a cosmic understanding of the right relationship between human cultivation and nature. Contemporary Mexican identity pulls heavily from this rich symbolic heritage, often transforming historical and religious elements into cultural and political expressions. Take the national flag. For example, it prominently features the image of an eagle on a cactus, which harks back to the founding mythology of Tenochtitlan. Government buildings, public monuments, and official symbols are filled with references to indigenous heritage, turning religious imagery into a part of national culture. Since Mexican independence, there's been a conscious effort to recover and study pre-conquest heritage, which has created another significant path for legacy. Scholars, artists, and cultural leaders have worked hard to document, preserve, and reinterpret indigenous traditions that colonial powers tried to erase. Major archaeological projects have unearthed extensive evidence of religious practices, giving us a tangible link to ancient cosmological understandings. Written records alone can't capture the full range of artistic expressions across different media, but they continue to draw inspiration from ancient myths, adapting symbols and stories for today's context. Muralists like Diego Rivera and José Clemente Orozco have woven indigenous cosmological themes into their public art, pushing back against European artistic dominance. Meanwhile, literary works from Octavio Paz to modern indigenous authors engage with deep concepts of time, duality, and sacrifice. Musical compositions, theatrical performances, and dance traditions keep alive the rhythmic patterns and movements tied to pre-conquest ceremonies. Medical practices in many Mexican communities reveal another layer of this persistent influence. Traditional healers possess a profound understanding of plants, bodily processes, and healing methods honed over centuries of careful observation and knowledge sharing. Their approach often retains a pre-conquest view of health as a balance between opposing forces. Seeing illness as a disruption, it requires both ceremonial and physical healing to restore proper relationships, rather than just mechanical fixes. Environmental movements today often tap into these indigenous understandings of our relationship with nature. Traditional ideas about mutual obligation between human communities and the environment provide alternatives to the extractive methods that dominate industrial development. Indigenous groups standing against mining, dam construction, or deforestation often lean on ancestral wisdom about sacred reciprocity and intergenerational responsibility, making their case beyond just economic arguments. Political movements focused on indigenous rights and cultural autonomy frequently draw on ancestral legacies too, challenge colonial histories. The Zapatista movement in Chiapas, primarily made up of Maya rather than Nahuatl people, uses imagery and concepts rooted in Mesoamerican heritage to propose alternatives to neoliberal development models. Urban indigenous rights organizations also harness ancestral symbols to confront ongoing discrimination and push for recognition of indigenous contributions to national identity. You can really see how traditional cosmic understanding still plays a vital role beneath the surface of official Catholic beliefs. If you look closely, you'll notice that Christian saints receive offerings that are strikingly similar to those once given to pre-conquest deities with comparable attributes. For instance, San Isidro, the patron of agriculture, its ceremonies that echo those once directed at Tlaloc, the rain god. The Virgin of Guadalupe, whose basilica is near a former Nahua shrine, continues to receive devotions that reflect indigenous views of the divine feminine. As one Nahua specialist puts it, the rain still needs acknowledgement. The saints may have new names, but the sacred reciprocity remains the same. This perspective highlights how the core principles of mutual obligation between humans and the divine, along with the need to maintain cosmic balance through ceremonies, endure even as the language and imagery change. The Day of the Dead, or Dia de los Muertos, is recognized worldwide as a quintessentially Mexican celebration and stands out as one of the most vibrant expressions of enduring indigenous understanding. While it may seem to align with Catholic traditions like All Saints and All Souls Days, the unique practices like elaborate offerings, marigold pathways, and temporary altars in homes and cemeteries really highlight a traditional view of time that's cyclical. It also emphasizes the idea of fluid boundaries between the cosmic realms and the ongoing relationships we have with our ancestors. In rural Mexico, agricultural practices reflect this same traditional wisdom, blending seamlessly with practical techniques. For instance, corn cultivation isn't just about growing food. It's infused with rituals that honor the divine presence within this vital crop that sustains human life. The traditional milpa system, which combines corn, beans, and squash in a sustainable way, isn't just an effective farming method. It embodies a cosmic understanding of the right relationship between human cultivation and nature. Contemporary Mexican identity pulls heavily from this rich symbolic heritage, often transforming historical and religious elements into cultural and political expressions. Take the national flag, for example. It prominently features the image of an eagle on a cactus, which harks back to the founding mythology of Tenochtitlan. Government buildings, public monuments, and official symbols are filled with references to indigenous heritage, turning religious imagery into a part of national culture. Since Mexican independence, there's been a conscious effort to recover and study pre-conquest heritage, which has created another significant path for legacy. Scholars, artists, and cultural leaders have worked hard to document, preserve, and reinterpret indigenous traditions that colonial powers tried to erase. Major archaeological projects have unearthed extensive evidence of religious practices, giving us a tangible link to ancient cosmological understandings. Written records alone can't capture the full range of artistic expressions across different media, but they continue to draw inspiration from ancient myths, adapting symbols and stories for today's context. Muralists like Diego Rivera and José Clemente Orozco have woven indigenous cosmological themes into their public art, pushing back against European artistic dominance. Meanwhile, literary works from Octavio Paz to modern indigenous authors engage with deep concepts of time, duality, and sacrifice. Musical compositions, theatrical performances, and dance traditions keep alive the rhythmic patterns and movements tied to pre-conquest ceremonies. Medical practices in many Mexican communities reveal another layer of this persistent influence. Traditional healers possess a profound understanding of plants, bodily processes, and healing methods honed over centuries of careful observation and knowledge sharing. Their approach often retains a pre-conquest view of health as a balance between opposing forces, seeing illness as a disruption that requires both ceremonial and physical healing to restore proper relationships, rather than just mechanical fixes. Environmental movements today often tap into these indigenous understandings of our relationship with nature. Traditional ideas about mutual obligation between human communities and the environment provide alternatives to the extractive methods that dominate industrial development. Indigenous groups standing against mining, dam construction, or deforestation often lean on ancestral wisdom about sacred reciprocity and intergenerational responsibility, making their case beyond just economic arguments. Political movements focused on indigenous rights and cultural autonomy frequently draw on ancestral legacies too, challenge colonial histories. The Zapatista movement in Chiapas, primarily made up of Maya rather than Nahuatl people, uses imagery and concepts rooted in Mesoamerican heritage to propose alternatives to neoliberal development models. Urban indigenous rights organizations also harness ancestral symbols to confront ongoing discrimination and push for recognition of indigenous contributions to national identity. Culinary traditions across Mexico really showcase the deep connection to ancient heritage, especially when it comes to corn preparation techniques. Think about it: ingredients like chocolate and chili peppers, along with flavor combos that have been crafted over centuries, truly define Mexican cuisine. Even with all the outside influences, the rituals tied to food prep and eating often hold on to those pre-conquest vibes, reminding us of our proper relationship with the sources of our sustenance. Now, take a look at the Mexico City Metropolitan Cathedral. It's built right on top of the sacred precinct of Tenochtitlan, using stones from temples that were torn down. This setup perfectly symbolizes the complex layers of indigenous legacy that lie beneath this grand colonial structure. Just like the excavated remains of the Templo Mayor, which you can now see through archaeological windows, this physical contrast reflects the cultural reality throughout Mexico. Indigenous wisdom still lingers beneath the surface, sometimes revealed through careful exploration, but never fully erased. Despite centuries of systematic efforts to overshadow it, this enduring legacy goes beyond just historical interest. It offers valuable insights into today's challenges. The deep understanding of how humans fit into natural systems provides alternatives to the extractive methods that are fueling our ecological crisis. Recognizing the need for balance between opposing forces can guide societies grappling with increasing polarization. And remember, beneath the surface of stability, there are always seeds of transformation. The ancient wisdom of Mesoamerica continues to resonate, adapting to modern circumstances while addressing timeless questions about our relationship with nature and the balance between community and individuality.